to the second day of the Geography 2050 Symposium. We hope you enjoyed yesterday's opening day. Today's theme is the oceans as a contested environment. Before we begin, if you haven't already, make sure to go to the quiz section of the Geography 2050 website and take today's quiz. But before we get started, I'd like to thank our long-term partners. Without their support, we would not be able to stand here on our 7th year of this multi-year strategic dialogue about the vital trends that will reshape the geography of our planet over the coming decades. Their support has been vital to the success of Geography 2050, and we appreciate their long-term support. We'd also like to thank our premium sponsors and our sponsors for their financial support for this endeavor. While this is free to you and required no registration fee, it's actually quite expensive, and their support to Geography 2050 has made this event possible. Today is a full day. We have 2 panel discussions, one focused on the contested ocean, and the other is a conversation with 3 admirals. We really appreciate all of our speakers and experts and panelists for joining us for this event. And some of them, beyond those panelists, are providing 3 spotlight sessions, 3 lightning presentations, and a book interview that we think you will enjoy. So please stick around. And also, don't forget to donate. While this event is free, we'd love to have your support. Even if it's only a few dollars, or perhaps you want to sign up for a monthly recurring payment, your financial support is key to the American Geographical Society's success and our ability to advance geography in America. And now, it gives us great pleasure to turn this over to Miss Jessica King and her panel, which will start the day off with the discussion on the contested ocean. Jessica.
Good morning and welcome to the geopolitical arena of the ocean panel. On this day, Tuesday, November 17th, 2020, we are discussing oceans as a contested environment. My name is Jessica King, and I'm the CEO of GeoCisu and an AGS fellow. I'm a geospatial intelligence industry expert, geographer, world traveler with 2 decades of experience with how geospatial data and technologies help us battle within contested environments and how it is leveraged to inform other instruments of power, such as diplomacy, information, military, economic, and international cooperation. Ocean geographies are contested and will be increasingly so in the future. I'm excited to have some of the world's leading experts on the ocean sitting with us today. This passionate panel will take us around the globe to demonstrate this conflict. We will begin with each panelist walking us through maps of their current and future ocean topics in contested environments. And then we will move on to a set of questions. We will begin with each panelist walking us through maps of their current and future contested ocean topics. We will then move on to a set of questions. But first, I'd like to read through each of their bios of this fantastic panel today. First, we have Dr. Clive Schofield. Clive Schofield is Professor and Head of Research, WMU Sasakawa Global Ocean Institute, World Maritime University, Malmö, Sweden, and Professor, Australian Centre for Oceans Resources and Security. University of Wollongong, Australia. He holds a PhD in geography from Durham, UK, and an LLM in international law, University of British Columbia, Canada. His research relates to international maritime boundaries, boundary dispute resolution, ocean governance, and technical aspects of the law of the sea. Next, we have Mr. Gregory Poling. He is a senior fellow for Southeast Asia and director of the Asia Maritime Transparency Initiative at CSIS. He oversees research on U.S. foreign policy in the Asia Pacific with a particular focus on the maritime domain and the countries of Southeast Asia. His research interests include South China Sea disputes, democratization in Southeast Asia, and Asian multilateralism. Mr. Poling's writings have been featured in Foreign Affairs and the Wall Street Journal. He He is author and co-author of multiple works, including The Thickening Web of Asian Security Cooperation, Deepening Defense Ties Among U.S. Allies and Partners in the Indo-Pacific, with the RAND Corporation 2019. Mr. Poling received his MA in International Affairs from American University and his BA in History and Philosophy from St. Mary's College of Maryland. Next, we have Ambassador Steve McGann. Ambassador Steve McGann is an international consultant and global security strategist and is the founder of the Stevenson Group. He has cultivated a team to help clients identify opportunities in the defense security sector and create specialized advisory services tailored to meet their needs. Formerly a senior foreign service officer with the rank of Minister Counsel, McGann has held several influential positions in East Asia Pacific region, including United States Ambassador of the Republics of Fiji, Nauru, Kiribati, and the Kingdom of Tonga and Tuvalu. He previously was the Deputy Commandant and International Affairs Advisor of the Dwight D. Eisenhower School of National Security and Resource Strategy at the National Defense University. This is the last one, everyone. Here we go. Dr. Karina Lorenz Morakovic was born in Brazil, where she studied oceanography at the Universidade do Estado do Rio de Janeiro, and later received a BS in Marine Sciences from East Stroudsburg University. She has an MS and a PhD in Fishery Science from Oregon State University. She has taught at Humboldt State University prior to arriving at Coast Guard Academy. The research of Professor Markovic draws from fishery science, environmental management, anthropology, sociology, and environmental economics, with the underlying themes of understanding human impact to the ecosystem and ways to manage the ecosystem cooperatively and adaptively. Now we're going to move into panelists, with first being Dr. Clive Schofield, then Mr. Greg Poling, then we'll hear from Ambassador Steve McGann and Karina Markovic.
Thank you very much indeed, Jessica. What I'd like to do in the next few minutes is look at how coasts and oceans are increasingly contested, arguably, as a result of global sea level rise, and particularly the impacts of sea level rise on the definition of baselines along the coast, the delineation of the outer limits to maritime claims, and on the delimitation of maritime boundaries between coastal states. Next slide, please. What I would say at the outset is that while this is a very much a geographical presentation, and I'm a geographer at heart, it is also something of a geolegal presentation because we can't get away from the fact that maritime claims are inherently governed by the international law of the sea, and particularly the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. At the same time, that convention is a very, very geographical one, as I hope to demonstrate. One fundamental legal issue that we need to take into account is that the axiom in international law is that the land dominates the sea. That is, you need sovereignty over land territory in order to assert claims to maritime jurisdiction offshore. And that is done essentially through the baselines along the coastline. The land territory is represented at the coast by the baselines. What this means is that the normal baseline or the default baseline along the coast, in accordance with Article 5 of the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea, is coincident with the low water line along the coast. This is usually generating an outer envelope of arcs for the particular zone of maritime jurisdiction, be it a 12 nautical mile breadth territorial sea or an exclusive economic zone limited by 200 nautical miles. We've known for a long, long time that the coastline is a dynamic feature of the landscape or indeed seascape. One of the key issues around baselines along the coastline is that we have known for a long time that the coastline itself is dynamic and can change over time. So while we may define the outer limits to maritime claims from the coastline as it is today, that will generate an envelope of arcs along the coastline, and an outer limit to that maritime claim, be it a 12-mile limited territorial sea or a 200 nautical mile limited exclusive economic zone. States may be lucky, as it were. We may have deposition along the coastline, and as a consequence of that, the low water line along the coastline advances, and so not only generates additional land territory, but additional maritime jurisdiction over ocean spaces and potentially valuable marine resources. The concern we have in the context of global sea level rise, next, is that we will, and again please, we will see a retreat in the coastline and therefore baselines along the coast. And as a consequence of that, not only will sea level rise impact on the extent of land territory and impact on valuable coastal infrastructure and urbanized areas, but also there will be an impact seaward and a potential loss of maritime space. What we have to remember, though, as geographers, when we are looking at this type of issue of the impact of sea level on coastlines, is that it is very, very difficult to make global projections. Each particular area of the coast will react to changing sea levels in different ways. There are complex feedbacks between changing sea level and the morphology or shape of the coastline. And similarly, particular coastal ecosystems will react to changing sea level in different ways. So what one might expect, next tab please, is if with a higher sea level, either a particular coastal ecosystem will drown, or potentially it will migrate upslope, if indeed that is possible, given the degree of urbanization and pressure of development and infrastructure on the coastline. Or for certain coastal ecosystems, such as mangroves, thank you very much, we can see that there is an ability for those ecosystems to autonomously adapt to changing sea level and actually to remain in situ and build up their vertical location. Similarly, coral reefs have an ability to grow vertically and potentially keep up with changing sea level. What is less certain, unfortunately, is how coral reefs will be able to achieve this in a warming ocean and also an increasingly acidic ocean. So what are we going to do? What are our response options? Well, in the context of a changing coastline, a coastline that is increasingly contested and under pressure, probably the easiest thing in one way is to do nothing and simply to allow the coastline to adapt, reach a new equilibrium with a changing sea level. Unfortunately, that is both practically and politically unpalatable because that means abandoning areas along the coast which are extremely valuable. We value coastal areas. We've had a long-term shift in population and concentration in coastal areas. And we have mega cities around the world which are located on the coast. So our instinct usually is to try and defend parts of the coastline. There's now well-established understanding that in using hard sea defenses rather than natural systems, we can end up with unlooked for and unwelcome knock-on impacts from trying to protect parts of the coastline. We tend to starve other parts of the coastline of the sediment that it needs to retain its stability. So another option that some cities have taken up is to advance the coastline, to reclaim from the sea. And probably the premier example of that is Singapore. From the map you can see in the top right of your picture, the pink shaded areas is actually about 25% larger than it was 3 decades ago. And you can see the Marina Bay Sands Hotel floating up there on 3 skyscrapers is actually entirely located on reclaimed land from the sea. This type of response may be possible where the land values are high enough to justify it, but it's difficult to imagine this in other geographical spaces. Next slide, please. So, for example, in the Arctic, in remote locations, long coastlines, where we have large proportions of the coast which are unlithified, that's non-rocky coastlines, soft coastlines with a high ice content, and therefore susceptible in a warming world to slumping and to increased erosion, particularly in the context of a higher sea level and therefore a higher base for storms. And also in this context, we're dealing with coastline that has predominantly in the past been ice locked and therefore to an extent protected from wave action, from that erosive action. And in the Arctic, we now have a record of an increasing frequency of storms and also an increasing intensity. So we have a situation of parts of the Arctic coastline retreating, being eroded away of the order of tens of meters per annum. So while the warming of the Arctic opens up navigational opportunities, which we may talk about later, it also has potentially very severe implications for Arctic coastal communities, as you can see from some of the pictures from around the Arctic region. Next slide, please. Similarly, in the tropics, here we have Kiribati of the order of 3,000 kilometers from east to west in three separate areas of exclusive economic zone. You see pictures of Tarawa, which holds the capital of Kiribati. Here we have tiny amounts of land territory to protect and vast areas of maritime jurisdiction of the order of almost 3.5 million square kilometers of exclusive economic zone, but less than 1,000 square kilometers of land territory. It is difficult to imagine sea defenses to try and protect these long ribbons of atolls and reef islands. But there are what I characterize as geolegal opportunities here. And there's emerging practice which really shows the way in which geography and law in the maritime, in the oceans context come together. So there's increasing practice in the Pacific region for the states to essentially say, we have what we hold. That is, they're declaring their baselines, their limits, their maritime boundaries with neighboring states in what might be argued as excruciating detail. The example here is from the Marshall Islands in 2016, where the Marshall Islands issued new marine legislation, which is only a few pages long, but the accompanying declaration is over 450 pages long. And the reason for that is that it's composed of very long lists of geographic coordinates, which define the baselines, the outer limits to maritime zones, including all of the arcs for 12 and 200 mile limits in a huge level of detail. And essentially, it's a geographical information systems file turned into text for the purpose of stabilizing those baselines, limits, and boundaries. Now, is this the way forward? Next slide, please. It provides one opportunity. You can see from the light blue shading on this slide, those Pacific Island states and territories which have defined those, established those limits, declared them and deposited the information with the UN Secretary General through the United Nations Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. What we don't know, and what is a source of potential conflict in the future, is the degree to which those unilaterally declared limits are opposable to other states. Will other states, will distant water fishing fleets respect those limits? Because we're seeing a potential break in that legal axiom I mentioned at the start of the land dominating the sea. If the maritime boundary that is dependent on an island and the island disappears, will other states respect that boundary, which are traditionally international boundaries for the sake of international peace and security, are meant to endure regardless of any other circumstance, unless the parties agree to change it. But here we have a fundamental change of circumstance, potentially, which may call settled boundaries into question. And I'd like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thanks, Jessica, and thank you to the American Geographical Society and the other panelists. It's a real honor to be here, and it's really nice to follow Clive Schofield, who's been kind enough to do all the legwork of explaining maritime law, so I don't have to. Let me just play off of his presentation to discuss why, based on the complex rules of international maritime entitlements and the idiosyncrasies of maritime entitlements claimed in the South China Sea, why this really is the world's most contested waterway. So when we talk about the South China Sea dispute, what we're doing is using a misnomer. There are really two different kinds of disputes involved in the South China Sea. One is a maritime dispute over the rules, the customary laws that Clive Schofield just described, how Southeast Asian states and China are to divide up the waters, the seabed, and the airspace of this waterway. The second dispute is over territory, over the islands and reefs that dot this waterway, and that is a historical sovereignty dispute that predates UNCLOS, and that is largely irreconcilable, at least in any reasonable time frame. What I'm showing here is a map of the first dispute. So what you see are all of the Southeast Asian parties making maritime claims based on UNCLOS. Now, some of those may or may not be excessive, but they're made within the framework of accepted international law. Each state claims a 12-mile territorial sea. Each state claims a 200-mile nautical mile exclusive economic zone and a continental shelf, seabed rights, to at least 200 miles and in many cases farther. This would already qualify the South China Sea as one of the most contested waterways in the world, but on top of that we have the Chinese and Taiwanese claims, which occur largely outside of the framework of UNCLOS. China does claim a 12-mile territorial sea, an EEZ, a continental shelf. It also claims some type of ill-defined historic rights throughout the entirety of what's called the 9-dash line, which you see here. Taiwan has a similar claim, though it's not entirely clear that it actually claims the same historic rights China does. In any case, the farthest limit of this 9-dash line extends about 1,000 miles from the southern coast of China. It's actually closer to Australian territory than it is to Hainan. China has, since at least 1998, baked into its domestic legislation the idea that in addition to everything allowed under UNCLOS, it also gets historic rights. We know that at least it covers fishing. It covers all oil and gas resources, which raises a question when in history China was engaging in deep seabed oil and gas drilling in the South China Sea. It covers the right to restrict foreign military activities, including joint exercises with the Southeast Asian countries in their own waters. It claims law enforcement rights, and so on. Basically, whatever China decides historic rights means is what historic rights seems to mean on that day. This is where the interests of third parties, the United States, European parties, Australia, Japan, are involved. Not in wonky historical arguments over who first administered what rock, but over the rules of the road that govern the passage of ships, the rights of freedom of the seas in the South China Sea. And since at least 1995, the U.S. State Department has regularly issued statements declaring that China's claims threaten fundamental principles of international law and violate the rights of third parties, including the U.S., to freely operate in the South China Sea. Now, the situation is made yet more complicated because you do have an interaction between the territorial dispute, which I'm showing here, and the maritime dispute. There are 4 contested island groups within the South China Sea. The northernmost, Pratas Reef, has been occupied by the Republic of China on Taiwan since the end of the Chinese Civil War and is still claimed by China, by the PRC. Scarborough Shoal, a little over 100 miles from the coast of Luzon in the Philippines, was effectively under Philippine administration until 2012 and has since been under control of China. The Paracel Islands, the smaller of the 2 main island groups, located south of Hainan, has been occupied in its entirety by China since 1974, when Chinese forces drove South Vietnamese troops off of the half of the islands that they occupied. But it is still claimed by both Taiwan and Vietnam. And then in the south, you have the real morass, the Spratly Islands, in which no country had anything close to effective administration, until the French and the Japanese started bickering over it in the 1930s. Today, you have occupation by the Vietnamese of at least 24 and up to 27 reefs, depending on how you count. You have 8 islands occupied by islands, if they are above water at high tide, at the very least generate a 12-mile territorial sea of their own. China would argue that they also generate their own exclusive economic zone and continental shelf. Now, the Philippines brought China before an arbitral tribunal under UNCLOS, which in 2016 issued an award that said, no, none of the islands, at least Scarborough Shoal and in the Spratlys, are capable of sustaining human habitation, which is the requirement under Article 121.3 of UNCLOS for an EEZ. So as far as international jurisprudence is concerned, the Spratly Islands and Scarborough Shoal generate 12-mile seas. The status of the Pratas is less clear. It is arguable that one, perhaps up to 3 or 4 of the paracels being larger than those in the Spratlys could generate their own EEZ and continental shelf. Regardless, what you end up with is a waterway that is effectively impossible to map. Trust me, I've tried. That's most of what we do. There is simply no way to accurately depict maritime claims in the South China Sea in a way that is either clear, readable, or acceptable to all the parties. What we know is that you have some level of ill-defined claims from islands that overlaps with a much clearer coastal series of claims from the Southeast Asians, and then on top of everything is the 9-dash line. This is China's catch-all. Anything that I can't figure out how to claim based on my coast or the islands, I also claim via the 9-dash line. Now, none of this is new. The claims over islands date back the better part of a century. The claims to waters have been steadily spreading since the late 1970s. And China's claim to historic rights has been baked into Chinese law since the 1990s. All of that was an inconvenience. It was something to be managed and de-escalated, but it never really rose to prominence until 2009. And what we've seen over the last decade plus now is a new cycle of escalation. Starting in 2009, when China responded to extended continental shelf claims made by Malaysia and Vietnam by providing the 9-dash line as the demarcation of its claim. The first time China had ever submitted to a UN body the 9-dash line and said, this is my claim. Prior to that, it had largely been an academic exercise. That kicked off a series of escalations, all of which we don't need to go through. But when we get to 2013, this culminates in a fundamental change in the status quo and a real challenge to key components of international law, including UNCLOS. So when the Philippines decided to take China to arbitration, as I earlier mentioned, China responded by greenlighting a massive engineering project to expand its 7 islands in the Spratlys. China had been the last to get there in 1988. It had gotten the worst real estate. By that point, everybody had already occupied all of the real islands, islets, and even the rocks. So what China did was occupy 7 mostly or entirely underwater reefs. This is Mischief Reef, the last one that China occupied in 1994 off the coast of the Philippines. None of it is above water at high tide in its natural state. Under the rules of UNCLOS, it is a piece of the seabed. It belongs to the continental shelf of the Philippines. That didn't stop China from building a small outpost on it in the 1990s. After China decided to begin building islands at the end of 2013, this is what Mischief Reef became. And the situation is similar across all of China's outposts in the Spratlys. In the course of about 2 years, from December 2013 until late 2015, China built 3,200 acres of new land in the Spratlys, as well as a few hundred more in the paracels where it expanded existing facilities. In order to make that 3,200 acres of new land, China dug up an estimated 15,000 acres of pristine coral reef. And clam harvesters from Hainan, which preceded the dredging boats at every one of these reefs, destroyed an additional 25,000 acres. So China intentionally dug up 50,000 acres or more of coral reef in the world's most biologically diverse marine habitat, spewed it on top of these reefs, created islands where there had been none before, and now would claim that these islands are fully entitled to maritime zones under UNCLOS. Now, all of this was already settled in a sense by the 2016 arbitral award. Mischief Reef, as far as international law is concerned, is still underwater. UNCLOS is quite clear that islands are naturally formed pieces of land. They are not artificially created. Mischief Reef is the world's largest artificial island, as far as international law is concerned, and entitled to nothing more than a 500-meter safety zone to make sure nobody bumps into it. Although even then, the fact that it's actually an artificial island in Philippine waters means that the Philippines gets to decide whether or not it has a 500-meter safety zone, not China. China's other facilities may or may not be entitled to 12-mile territorial seas. So what we face now is a fundamental problem where not only was the dispute already remarkably complicated, arguably irreconcilable, but now we have a set of rules that's been made quite clear and which are so far apart from the claims being made by Beijing and perhaps the claims being made by Taipei. Taiwan is a bit mum on this, that it's getting harder and harder to see compromise as a realistic possibility. The more China clarifies its claims, as it's been doing since the 1980s, the smaller the space for ambiguity becomes. The harder and harder it becomes for China to figure out how to equate its historic claims with the legal claims that the rest of the world abides by. And the more that international jurisprudence points out how illegal China's claims are, again, the smaller the space becomes. So I worry that we are getting to a point at which it will become politically impossible for China to uphold the rules of UNCLOS, because there will simply be no way to bring its now wildly excessive maritime claims into even nominal compliance with international law. And that becomes very dangerous, because once the space to equate those two disappears, increasingly it will look to Chinese leaders like the best course of action is to abandon international law altogether. And I will wrap up there.
I'm really pleased to be part of today's discussion on the Pacific. We've often talked about the Pacific as a region in conflict, but I think we need to take a step back and understand that the people of the Pacific Island countries, have always lived on what I call the outskirts of human security. There are challenges in Pacific Island countries that have been underway for some time. Pacific Island countries, for instance, have troubled economies, very restricted in the sense that they're heavily dependent upon fisheries, tourism. There's been a long history of Pacific Island countries being underserviced when it comes to healthcare, for example, food security. And when you add to that the challenges of the negative impact of climate change, which of course has not only contributed to rising sea levels, but also, most importantly, it's also contributed to an increase in natural disasters, particularly cyclones. And they're coming with greater frequency and ferocity. And then when you pull all of these together, of course, we have the current coronavirus pandemic, which has exacerbated all of the problems in the region. And I think we always have to focus on the fact that Pacific Island countries, on a per capita basis, receive the greatest amount of development assistance than any particular region. I recall when I was ambassador to Fiji and 5 other countries in the region, that per capita development assistance added up to almost $17 a person. That is not an indication of the generosity of countries. It's also an indication of, again, the challenges that Pacific Island countries face. Now we are in a situation, adding to these challenges, that the Pacific region is also a region in competition between the United States and China, primarily because of the growing aggressiveness of that competition, particularly as seen in Chinese activities in the South China Sea, which is the far west of the Pacific. But we also have to understand that China's engagement with Pacific Island countries actually occurred not because of volition so much on the part of China, because China did not, when it began the Brick Road Initiative, think that it was going to end in Nuku'alofa. All right. But China was very good at filling vacuums created by Western countries. Because China's actually only interest in the Pacific in the beginning was a diplomatic competition between Beijing and Taipei. But with the new openings in the region caused by the vacuum created by lack of engagement or insufficient engagement by the United States and other countries, we then saw a larger problem. And where does that larger problem lead us today? It leads us to a situation in which the United States in particular is looking at increasing its military presence in the region. What is going to be the impact of that military presence to Pacific Island countries? We don't know yet, but one of the things that we do know is that if the United States and its allies are going to be building new military platforms in the region, those platforms also have to contribute to the sustainability of Pacific Island peoples. All right, we have to make sure that Pacific Island countries have the sufficient skilled and semi-skilled labor. They have the technical capabilities to support these new platforms. At the same time, while those platforms exist, it's going to be incumbent upon the United States and other countries, again, to address the human security needs of the region. Those human security needs are acute. If we don't address those needs, then in fact, what will happen is that what is a competition in the Pacific will become attenuated to the point that it would resemble conflict. Because what will happen is that, again, the sustainability of Pacific Island peoples will be hampered by the new vulnerabilities that are now in the region.
Rethinking maritime governance in the battle against illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing in West Africa. So this is research that's in collaboration with Professor LaMonica of the Coast Guard Academy, and we also had some cadets participate as well. Next. In West Africa, fish represent the single most important source of animal protein. It's a way of life for the coastal communities. And our research focuses on Ghana and Senegal. And you can see this in this picture, that those are some of the areas that are the darkest there in West Africa, where the fish consumption is about 23 to 25 kilograms of fish that the population rely on per person per year. Next. Senegal has a very productive fisheries with a population of 12 million people, and 20% of the labor force and 10% of the rural population rely on fishing sector to provide employment and income. These activities provide about over 600,000 jobs. And unfortunately, the declining number of fish and in their waters have led them wanting to leave Senegal. Next. In Ghana, over 200,000 jobs are directly related to fisheries, and about 2 million jobs are indirectly related. And seafood provides as much as 65% of their protein. Most of the fish supply is from artisanal fisheries, as you can see in some of the canoes in the upper pictures there, while we also have some purse seiners and some larger scale fisheries as well. Next. So over the past decade, numerous studies have concluded that West Africa fishers are experiencing dramatic decline in catch per unit of effort. So in this graph on the left, you can see the number of canoes going up in the 90s for from about 4,000 canoes to about 14,000 later in 2018. While the maximum sustainable yield would be only 9,000 canoes to actually allow the fisheries to be conserved. And the Coastal Resources Center of the University of Rhode Island has been doing extensive work in Ghana. Next. And they found that, in fact, in our conversations with the Ghanaian scientists last year, they found that there would be a complete collapse of the fisheries by 2020. And so it's a dire situation for the country of Ghana and Senegal as well. Next. So here we see that there are several sectors in the fishing industry in both Ghana and Senegal. In Ghana, small-scale fishers have long dominated the fishery sector, and they are about 80% or 90% of the fisheries in Ghana are using what we call canoes. And they fish about 6 nautical miles and beyond. But the number, size, and technological sophistication of those canoes are continuously growing. So they use all kinds of technology to be able to catch fish and go further. The trolling vessels on the bottom here, you can see they're trawlers. They're often owned by foreign interests who on the surface appear to comply with local laws by registering their vessels locally and hiring about 75% of the crew. They also don't report a lot of what they catch. So it's definitely an underestimate. And in purple here, you see the purse seiners, and the purse seiners are usually a joint venture between Ghanaians and Chinese, Koreans, and Russians, and their landings have increased considerably. So those large vessels come into, and sometimes illegally, into the closer to shore and take the fish out of the small-scale fishermen. Next. So the problem is three-pronged. We have weak maritime governance, which cannot address the depleting fish stocks, which leads to food insecurity and maritime crime. Next. So IUU fishing is a comprehensive term that refers to a variety of activities that violate or are unregulated by the conservation and management measures established under international and national laws. So about 37% of all fish caught in West Africa is considered illegal or unreported. And this is really an underestimate. And what we saw is that some of the types of illegal fishing include using dynamite to catch fish, using light night fishing at night, using chemicals to stun the fish. You can see on the right, top right, the monofilament nets. Those are illegal, but they are used. A lot of catching and landing bycatch. And I want to call your attention to transshipment. So transshipment is referred to as cycle, where the large foreign-owned trawlers catch species that are not permitted to land. So they work with the artisanal fishermen who adapt their vessels, such as the one in the upper left there. You can see a hole in that vessel, and so it has an empty compartment, and they go and buy the fish from the trawlers, they caught that fish illegally, and then they are sold illegally back to the local communities. And then under Ghanaian law, the minimum penalty for a vessel caught transshipping fish is about $1 million. Yet cycle fishing has become so profitable that it's extremely pervasive with Ghanaian fishing communities today. In fact, these cycle fishing canoes may also be involved in other maritime crime activities such as drug smuggling, weapons trafficking, human trafficking to and from the fishing vessel. So all this leads to what Garrett Hardin has characterized as the tragedy of the commons. Next. So it's widely accepted that by many maritime strategies that food insecurity can lead to maritime crime. In this figure, we use data from the International Maritime Bureau to actually plot the number of criminal activity, such as pirate attacks in West Africa in most recent years. So poorly managed fisheries do, in fact, directly and indirectly lead to greater, more insidious crime activities and a general weakening of maritime security. So this manifests itself into violent attacks by foreign industrial vessels on domestic artisanal vessels, IUU fishing, forced labor and slavery, territorial disputes. So you can see that the green and yellow dots here represent some of the activity in the Southeast Asia. And then you also have in the early 2000s. And then more recently, since 2016 or so, you have the red dots more in West Africa. So it's the activity is moving from Southeast Asia to East Africa to now West Africa. Next. So one way to alleviate the overfishing problem is by not allowing fishing to occur during the most productive season. So closed fishing seasons are not favored by fishermen, as you can see on this sign on the upper left, no fishing, no vote. So next. Our goal with this study then is to identify the elements for implementation of a closed fishing season, comparing the efforts of Senegal and Ghana, and then to provide a legal framework for successful fisheries management in West Africa. Next. Using historical examples of successful closed fishing seasons elsewhere in the world, we hypothesized that West African country would require an effective legal framework pertaining to the maritime domain, the requisite maritime assets for enforcement capacity, and strong political will from the government for enforcing those laws. Next. So Senegal has closed fishing seasons have been relatively successful compared to many other countries in West Africa. And they started implementing their own closed fishing seasons, one community at a time, one species at a time, since 2009. But Ghana has had several unsuccessful attempts, one more recently actually this year. And although upwelling is strongest in August, and the scientists would then recommend the closed fishing season to be in August so that the fish could actually reproduce and replenish for next year. The season rarely happens during the August month because the politicians are pressured by the fishing communities to close the fisheries only in the least productive times of the year. So I'm going to be talking about a success story in the Denso Delta River that we visited last year. Next. So this program is part of the Development Action Association funded by USAID, and it's headed by women. And those women teach how to collect oysters. They teach about basic science of oyster habitat and reproduction market. They test environmental variables, as you can see in some of those pictures, and they monitor the status of the oyster over time. So they collaborate on making decisions on how to manage the fishery, including permits, including habitat, monitoring the habitat conditions. They use, some of the male fishermen would use traps, and therefore they would destroy the mangroves. So the women go and replant those mangroves. And they have been relatively successful, as you can see in this picture on the top left. There's a cadet that came with us last year, and the sign there says, okay, this is our closed fishing season. So the results have been encouraging, with larger growth of oysters and improved livelihoods. Next. So this is a picture of our group when we were visiting the Navy and the Maritime Police headquarters in Accra, Ghana. Both Ghana and Senegal have enough legal mechanisms to combat the problem, as through policy diffusion, their domestic laws essentially replicate the international communities. The main difference between the two countries is that co-management is part of the legal framework in Senegal, but not Ghana. So co-management is simply the sharing of responsibilities between the government, the scientists, and the community in making decisions, and it does help improve compliance. Next. So when we were looking at maritime enforcement, we looked at the military balance report from Stable Seas, and it combines data from different areas to assign subscores to a country's difficulty to patrol an area, maritime domain awareness, coastal patrol assets, and naval capability. And as you can see, Ghana has 66 out of 100, Senegal 69 out of 100. And compared to other countries, they're considered doing relatively well. As you can see in this picture on the left, the countries in blue and darker blue are doing relatively better than the other countries in terms of maritime enforcement capacity. Next. So the most difficult aspect to measure is actually political will. It's very qualitative, but it is central to achieving policy change. Political will is the genesis for which laws and enforcement are built upon. So we looked at variables such as maritime domain awareness, which is lacking in Ghana, where most of the efforts are given to oil, while Senegal fisheries is considered more important. The subsidies are important in both countries, but we saw the subsidy dependence in Ghana in exchange for votes. Policy diffusion is prevalent in West Africa, where countries internalize international policies as their own, but Senegal uses something we call bioregional approaches because they take into account local characteristics, and that has been more successful. The rent-seeking behavior displayed not only by Ghanaian politicians, but politicians throughout the continent shed light on the link between foreign fleet contributions to the growing fish stock crisis and IUU fishing solutions. So the foreign countries' payments to coastal African nations in exchange for fishing rights in their EEZ stifle the adaptive co-management solutions that we have been proposing for them. But Senegal has been making more progress because they use co-management approaches and they're more democratic. So, and part of it is actually part of their legal framework. So Ghana lacks the political will. And therefore, we believe that that's one of the reasons why Senegal has been much more successful in implementing those closed fishing seasons. Next. So a common theme from our case study for both Senegal and Ghana was the importance of co-management. Senegal boasts a strong fisheries co-management system today, which is driven by continued political will to eradicate illegal fishing and capable, well-funded maritime enforcement institution. The Republic of Ghana lacks not only the political will to eradicate illegal fishing, but the appropriate adaptive system of co-management as well. They tend to resolve their any kind of violation through alternative dispute resolution. So therefore, their violations are not enforced very well. While in Senegal, they take the enforcement capacity a lot more seriously. Next. So expanding the scientific, technological, and law enforcement approaches may alleviate some of the fisheries issues in West Africa. Currently, Ghana does not have what we call MPAs, or marine protected areas, but there are 5 in Senegal shown in the figure on the left. The marine protected areas provide areas for fish populations to be able to reproduce and grow. So in addition to the closed fishing, by utilizing MPAs, Ghana could have more success in protecting its fisheries. We plotted around the Senegalese MPAs, the automatic identification system, or AIS, vessel traffic data, which could be used to aid fisheries law enforcement capabilities. So when we went to Ghana, we saw that the monitoring, control, and surveillance team tracks purse seiners and their activity using AIS and cameras. So they're already embracing some of this technology. Next. So in order to improve fisheries management, food security, and maritime security in West Africa, strategies need to be adaptive in the face of uncertainty, monitoring the environment and social components as feedback loops, informing future policies. They also need to be bioregional, taking into account local knowledge, scientific knowledge, and adapting policies based on characteristics of each region. And the knowledge needs to be shared and in a cooperative fashion in order to increase ownership for decision making. And you can see here some pictures taken in our trip to Ghana. And the women work as food processors, both in Senegal and Ghana, and market the fish and take care of their families. So their role is crucial because they add value to the fish through processing. In Ghana, the women are often marginalized groups who do not participate in the decision-making process, while in Senegal, a powerful woman figure has improved fisheries management in the country. So the picture on the left was taken at a fish processing facility run by women funded by USAID. Here the women receive courses on fisheries conservation, hygiene, and fish processing. And the picture on the right was taken at a local school in Ghana where the mothers work in a nearby fishing processing facility while their children receive care and education. So we believe, again, that this approach of adaptive, bioregional, and cooperative management can definitely help both Ghana and Senegal, as well as other countries in West Africa, in helping conserve their resources and prevent some of the maritime insecurity issues that we've been experiencing. Thank you.
Now, thank you, Karina, for that fascinating presentation. Now we will be moving into questions. So our first question of the day is I'm going to ask Greg, for each of your issues, which U.S. government agencies, other nations' governments, and international organizations do you feel have the most sophisticated geographic understanding and thoughtful grasp of the issues at play?
Well, I mean, increasingly over the last 10 years, pretty much everybody with a Navy and a commercial fleet has paid attention to the South China Sea. So it's no longer just the claimant states, it's the US government, the Japanese, the Australians, the UK, the French, the Indians. The how sophisticated the grasp of the details are varies widely, largely because maritime domain awareness, the ability to monitor these waters, is relatively poor, except for the Chinese, who can see and hear everything that moves in the South China Sea. So on the U.S. side, I mean, obviously, Indo-Pacific Command, U.S. Coast Guard, there's a pretty good sense of the geography over at the National Geospatial Agency, NGA, and I would assume you have similar grasp of the geography in, say, the UK, France, where they were the first to chart most of these islands. The Japanese, the claimant states themselves are a bit iffy when it comes to what's a rock, what's an island, what's above water, and what isn't. As Clive could attest, given that he had to submit expert testimony in the Philippines arbitration on the case to tell them what was and was not a rock and an island. And even then, at one point, the Philippines pointed him to the wrong reef and identified it under the wrong name. So, like I said, it's the world's most contested maritime geography. And after over 100 years, people still aren't entirely sure which rock is which.
Excellent, thank you. Clive, did you have anything you'd like to add to this question? Any comment?
Thank you very much indeed. I would simply amplify Greg's comment there in terms of the mystery of the South China Sea appears to be an enduring one. Even the seemingly simple question of how many above high tide features are there in the South China Sea seems extremely hard to pin down, depending on which state you have in question. And part of that comes down to the issue that, as Greg indicated, you have exploration of these features by different states over different time periods, and therefore you have different toponyms, different names for each of these features, and different ways of counting a particular feature, whether it's several detached coral reefs, whether you give them one geographical name or whether you count them as different names. There's a huge element of confusion there. What I would say, though, in relation to which institutions have the knowledge of features, in particular for my topic area, for my own presentation related to sea level rise impacts on baselines, limits and boundaries, I'd have to go to the international level and to think about the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, also at the UN systems level bodies of the International Hydrographic Organization, International Seabed Authority, and the United Nations Division of Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea. But if I circle back to the South China Sea context that Greg was referring to, what I really would suggest is that he is being somewhat modest in relation to the knowledge that is a repository in his own organization and the Asian Transparency Initiative, because the team that Greg heads up have produced some fantastic repositories of data, but also tremendous graphics to back that up. In terms of the cartography, I was a little bit tickled during his presentation that he seemed resigned to the fact that he was unable to actually map the South China Sea. Well, I don't think that's entirely true, because you can find a plethora of maps on his website. But also, I would refer anyone who really interested in these issues to look at the judgment, the award that came out of the arbitration between the Philippines and China, because that's a judgment of about just over 500 pages or so, which is a very detailed and rich source of information. And in the absence of China in the proceedings, the tribunal itself commissioned research to inform itself ahead of delivering its judgment. So that's a rich source in itself.
Thank you, Clive. I'm going to move on to the next question, and this is for Ambassador Steve McGann. Steve, in your view, what are the top 3 contested oceanic geographies that are the common and unique political, economic, and military issues associated driving the contested environment?
Thank you. I think we have to keep in mind that Pacific Island countries are being drawn into the confrontation in the South China Sea, not by their own volition, but because of the fact that the United States and its allies requires a forward-leaning strategy to deal with the South China Sea. As a result, Pacific Island countries find themselves amidst this U.S.-China competition, not necessarily because of requirements to meet the Pacific Island countries' own security needs, but in fact because they were essentially bystanders on global and regional confrontations. We have to keep in mind that the Chinese encroachment in the Pacific actually started because of the competition between Beijing and Taipei over diplomatic recognition. It wasn't because Beijing had a vision that the Brick Road Initiative would somehow end in Tonga or Fiji, right? And that the United States, Australia, New Zealand, and other allies, in very many ways, created a vacuum that allowed China to fill. And so unwittingly, or rather unknowingly, Pacific Island countries were drawn into the conflict. But this conflict also still does not address the ongoing needs of the region. Pacific Island countries are particularly concerned about fisheries protection and poaching. And of course, these are still activities that are undertaken by countries such as China. They're also concerned about the negative impacts of climate change, right? But so the region is in conflict, but the region is not necessarily in conflict because of the national security needs of Pacific Island countries, but because of the security requirements of other countries. Yet at the same time, the biggest challenge for Pacific Island countries is not national security, it's still meeting their human security needs. Because in the Pacific, we are still faced with not only the negative impacts of climate change, we have to deal with economic dislocation, even exacerbated more by COVID. We have to deal with the fact that even in some of these Pacific Island countries, youth suicide is at a higher ratio in Pacific Island countries than anywhere else in the world. So The problem is, how do we deal with these human security needs of the Pacific island countries and at the same time the national security requirements of large powers?
Really great insight. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. I also want to ask the same question to Karina. Karina, I will read the question again. In your view, what are the top 3 contested oceanic geographies, and what are the common, unique political, economic, and military issues associated driving the contested environment?
Okay, thank you. No, I would agree that some of the most contested environments would be the East China Sea, South China Sea, and also I would add perhaps Atlantic Ocean, Mediterranean Sea. So what I believe they have in common in terms of political would be lack of clarity and lack of international and inter-agency collaborations. In many of those nations, there's a very weak maritime government, which then has a hard time dealing with some of the issues such as fish scarcity, climate change, and in the case COVID exacerbating everything. I also believe there's a feedback loop between food insecurity, all the human security that was discussed, and maritime and territorial insecurity. There are a lot of pervasive incentives in a lot of the countries for corruption and crime. And militarily, it's very difficult to deal with some of the violent non-state actors, such as criminal organizations. We see issues with piracy, we see issues with human trafficking, drug trafficking, and that all adds to the complexity of those very difficult challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. My next question is for Clive. The question is, it's around a new territory. We're really focused on the China Sea. So I want to kind of change our place on the globe and talk about the Northern Sea Route. So my question to you, the Northern Sea Route has arguably become economically, militarily, and politically contentious due to climate change. What role should the U.S. play in this geography, and why?
Well, thank you for that question. We're certainly taken us a long way away from the South China Sea in one sense, but in another sense, there is a unifying factor here for the United States. The United States has, as the world's strongest maritime power, has long had a fundamental interest in freedom of navigation. And this goes to the issue that Greg mentioned in terms of South China Sea being one of the most contested and busiest waterways on the planet. A key interest for the United States in the South China Sea is around ensuring that there is continued freedom of navigation through that waterway, which is vital to the global trading economy. Similarly, that applies to all other international waterways, including what are in legal terms termed straits used for international navigation. So in the Arctic context, that would be the Northwest Passage through the Canadian Arctic Archipelago and the northern shoreline of Alaska. But for the Northern Sea Route, for the arc over the Russian Federation and Siberia, that is again an area or a route that is increasingly free from ice for an extended summer period, and therefore is increasingly being used for commercial traffic. And there is a deep-seated interest on the US side. Now, I am an Australian living in Sweden saying this, but nonetheless, the United States has an abiding interest in freedom of navigation through international waters globally, not simply in contested areas such as the South China Sea.
Thank you, Clive. I also wanted to ask Karina this question as well, as her role as a professor at the Coast Guard Academy. Are you guys focused on the Northern Sea Route? And what role should the U.S. play in this geography, and why?
Thank you. So I think our role should be to improve partnerships with the member states, but also with the tribal communities in the region, just to ensure a peaceful and stable maritime governance in the Arctic. I think developing maritime domain awareness is because our knowledge is still very rudimentary. We need to understand the operational risks to try to overcome some of the communication gaps in the Arctic, such as poor propagation of radio signals. Also, enhance our capability of operating in the Arctic. We need to increase our icebreaker capacity, scientific research, to help establish a capability infrastructure for search and rescue, for example, operations in the traffic, because as you increase more tourism and shipping and so forth, you increase the need for search and rescue operations, environmental protection. There will be more oil spills, law enforcement, maritime securities, and so investing on scientific research, because right now our understanding is still there are still a lot of uncertainties. So we need to be very adaptive in terms of our understanding and monitoring of the environment, learning from the environment, running and learning from our policies and strategies, providing feedback for future changes. So I believe those are some of our strategies moving forward in the Arctic. Thank you.
Thank you, Karina. Greg, did you have any additional thoughts around this question?
I do. I think one of the things that we have to do when we look at issues regarding maritime security and freedom of passage, we also have to keep in mind that the concerns of Pacific Island countries also spill over into those areas. And primarily, they're concerned about the status of their exclusive economic zones should some of them sink beneath the waves. This is not just an issue concerning income, that is income from fisheries license and things of this nature, but it's also an issue about the survivability and identity of Pacific Island peoples and their culture. And I think that if we start looking at these type of issues, we have to look at them in the context of how can we frame national security issues in the same context as to what's good for or what's of interest to Pacific Island countries. And so continue to have a discussion on the status of exclusive economic zones should these countries such as Kiribati and Tuvalu sink beneath the waves, would be a first step in having a universal or at least a consistent approach toward maritime security in the region.
Thank you, Steve. Greg, do you have a perspective on this question as well?
Well, let me pick up on what Steve got at, and I think some of the things that Clive addressed in the beginning of his presentation, right, which is that many of these areas, whether it's the South China Sea, areas beyond national jurisdiction of the Pacific, the Northern Passage in the Arctic, what we're seeing are pressures at the seams of accepted international law and UNCLOS, issues that were left either purposely ambiguous or not addressed in case of climate change because they just weren't considered. And so the regime of international law is not entirely settled. We do have developments around rising sea levels, shrinking baselines, around fishing rights and protection of freedom of the seas beyond the limits of the EEZ. We have ongoing challenges to establish regimes, both by China in the South China Sea, potentially by the Russians in the Arctic, by seemingly Turkey in the East Med. We have these ongoing debates still about military activities in international straits, in the territorial sea. We have issues that were decided by razor-thin margins at UNCLOS 2, or not at all at UNCLOS 2 in the case of innocent passage by warships, but that the way that the U.S. and most of the Western world interprets it probably doesn't actually have majority support. And so what we are presented with is a situation in which players like the U.S. who are just not engaging with the system right now are ceding the field as new norms and rules are being set. And in a place like the South China Sea or the Arctic, what is effectively likely to happen if the U.S. and others don't engage in that competition for ideas is just unilateral declarations. You're already seeing that with China in the South China Sea. I suspect you will continue to see excessive continental shelf claims made in the Arctic over the coming years as exploitation becomes more probable. I mean, we've already seen that arguably from the Canadians. We might well see it from the U.S. someday. Nobody knows what the U.S. continental shelf is in the Arctic because we won't ratify UNCLOS. So we should just keep in mind that yes, we have a great deal of accepted jurisprudence when it comes to the oceans. It's not a full picture, and there are still horizons that need to be explored, and the U.S. is not part of that exploration right now.
Thank you. That's great insight. My next question is for Ambassador Steve McGann. When you listen to the political and policy dialogues about these issues in the U.S. and elsewhere, do you feel as though they are grounded in the real geographic realities of the situation? And in addition, do American citizens seem to know the ocean geographies that are contested? And what is the stake for the U.S. in this region?
I think it's important to understand that the situation in the Pacific is actually grounded in two realities. The realities of the security needs of the United States, and again, the realities of the human security needs of Pacific Island peoples. And that there seems to be a lack of understanding on the U.S. part as to what are the needs and or desires and requirements of the peoples of the region. And I think that has to be addressed first. Far too often, we even still talk about the Pacific as a theater. And when you speak to Pacific Island peoples in those terms, they're quite confused. They say, what theater are you talking about? Because the region is not a theater to them, but it's their home. It's where they engage their livelihoods. So I think there has to be an understanding of the nature of the region by the United States, as well as listening closely to its key allies in the region, Australia, New Zealand, and to a certain extent Japan, and look at how they work with Pacific Island countries in a much more constructive way. Far too often, the United States has a tendency to be very narrowly focused and thinking in terms of, again, we need new platforms in the region, but we also don't focus on how do we make these platforms sustainable by building capacity in the region to deal with the economic and social welfare of Pacific Island peoples. So somehow there has to be a convergence of these two notions. All right. And I think if we do that, our approach will be that's that much more well-grounded, although we're talking about a region that's predominantly water. So.
Clive, do you have any perspective on this question that you'd like to add?
Yeah, absolutely, I would, because admittedly, I'm coming to it from so a more Australian perspective, if you will. But the question was really around how citizens think, or the general public thinks about oceanic issues. And I think the reality to that is that in general, they don't. We're still very much land-based animals. We have a degree of sea blindness. And if I, in a formal conference context, can tell a joke, there's an old joke within the Australian maritime community. There's a line in the Australian national anthem that says that Australia is girt by sea, and the joke in the maritime community runs that it should really read, it's girt by beach, because our horizon, our vision of the ocean is pretty much as far as we can serve. We have no conception of the scale. And Professor McGann was talking about the Pacific. The scale of the maritime jurisdiction and the entitlements of the Pacific Island states is equivalent to the area, the surface area of the moon. We're talking an enormous area in maritime terms. These are traditionally termed small island states, but they are undoubtedly large ocean states. And the narratives within the Pacific community is to conceptualize their maritime jurisdiction as the Pacific Blue Continent. It's a wholly different way to perceive of the value of the oceans when, for our own first world Western perspective, another anecdote I'd say is that I heard a head of a port authority in Australia say, well, the average Australian thinks that everything arrives on a truck, when in reality, 99% of imports arrive by ship. Our perception is closed off to the oceans. That doesn't extend, of course, to the policy level within the United States or within the Western European states or Australia, but certainly on a public level, our perception of the importance of the oceans is somewhat constrained. I do think, on a positive note to end my intervention, that this is changing. Our interest in and understanding of both the value of the oceans and the increasing value of the oceans are usually coined under a banner such as the blue economy is enhanced than where it was, but also our understanding of how much that the oceans are in peril. And the assistance of David Attenborough and documentary series such as his give us a much better perception on a broad basis as to the value and vulnerability of the ocean. Thank you.
Yes, could I address this question? I just, I really like the way it was framed. You asked whether or not Americans are familiar with these contested geographies, and I would argue that not enough, but I think more Americans are familiar, at least notionally, with the South China Sea and the Arctic and the Persian Gulf than they are with their own waters and, in fact, their own territory. I mean, the United States body politics notoriously geographically illiterate. We don't teach geography in most public schools. The vast majority of Americans don't know the extent of the U.S. territory, right? They might, I would hope, be familiar with Puerto Rico and Guam and maybe American Samoa. Most Americans don't know where the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands is, much less that it belongs to the United States. They don't know what the 3 freely associated states are, much less that the U.S. is responsible for their defense and much of their foreign policy. They don't know that the vast majority of the waters and seabed claimed by the United States are not off the U.S. mainland. They are off our Pacific territories. They don't realize that the Obama administration declared the world's largest maritime preserve, and most of it is based around uninhabited rocks that Americans have never heard of off the Hawaiian Islands. And so there is this vast space over which notionally the United States exercises sovereignty or sovereign rights, over which it is responsible in one of the world's largest EEZs. And 90% of Americans, myself included, who got an advanced degree in international relations, had no idea what these things are until I started running a program that forced me to map the world's oceans. So I'm a little less worried about Americans knowing what's going on in the Arctic. I would much rather Americans know what's going on off their own shores. Well, other than their Arctic shore, I should say.
That was a great perspective. Karina, do you have anything you'd like to add to this question?
Sure. Coming to this country very young, first as an international student, I noticed the lack of geographic knowledge of American students, but also taught in the history classes where I believe that it was very self-centered. So I think we need to expand the perception of American students and young that there's more than this country. I think that we need to expand foreign languages here, because the people around the world that know more usually about other countries and geography and importance of that, they speak more than one language. Also, traveling more, usually expanding their horizons to other countries and understanding cultural diversity and empathy for other cultures. I think it all comes at a young age. So I think to actually put more importance in geographical knowledge, culture, and diversity. It would really help us move forward in the direction of being more well-rounded. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Karina. I have one last question for each of the panelists. I'll start with Greg. If you were to have a vote in the framing of each of these contested environments for the incoming administration, what maps and data would you bring to the Oval Office to make your case, and why?
Well, obviously, I would start with the mapping database at the Asian Maritime Transparency Initiative. I mean, so in reality, I think one of the things that really needs to be put on the desk in the Oval Office for any new administration is the map of the U.S. claimed exclusive economic zone, the map of the potential continental shelf of the United States, particularly in the Arctic, which it is not able to claim because it is not a party to the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea and therefore does not have access. The U.S. president a map of all of the deep seabed mining concessions that have been handed out to mainly Chinese, but also some European and Japanese companies, for which American companies are not able to bid, despite the fact that the only reason we have not ratified UNCLOS is because the Reagan administration was so worried about U.S. companies not being able to bid on those. And so what the Reagan administration, in fact, did was guarantee that only Chinese companies could win those concessions. These might seem like selfish maps to pull out, but if you think, as I do, that one of the most important things we need to do is ratify UNCLOS, then we kind of need to shame U.S. administrations into it.
Thank you, Greg. Clive, would you like to interject? And we'd love to hear your perspective.
I think Greg said it very well indeed. I think this question comes back round neatly to the question of contested geographies. And the obvious way we could answer that question is, well, from Greg's perspective, South China Sea, South China Sea, South China Sea, or in a traditional geographic sense, you mentioned the Eastern Mediterranean, you mentioned the East China Sea. But where I think he hit the nail on the head is around the way in which particular aspects or regimes, particular geographies within the oceans are increasingly contested. I'd say that from thinking from the sea level rise impacts point of view, talking about contested coastlines and therefore the impacts on limits and maritime boundaries. But I'd also think in terms of the emergent issues that are coming home to roost that will be more and more contested in the future. Seabed mining, as Greg mentioned, that we have the acreages are defined in the international seabed area by the International Seabed Authority, and we have a range of major companies and countries interested in those areas, but we have no commercial seabed mining taking place at the moment. But the legal regimes there are increasingly under pressure. We have an ongoing negotiation about the preservation, conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. So we have, in a way, a tension between the desire to exploit and the desire to conserve, and also an overlap, a complexity, an interplay between national regimes of sovereign rights for continental shelf and exclusive economic zone, and those areas beyond national jurisdiction, the so-called commons, the high seas and the deep seabed, international seabed area. So in addition to our traditional concerns over straits, over navigational rights, over the definition of islands and their entitlements, we have a range of new and emergent pressures on the system. And as Greg mentioned, much of the terminology within the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea is ambiguous in character. It's lowest common denominator language that is designed to reach general consensus agreement on a package deal. Much of that terminology is inherently geographical in character. And while it's the Law of the Sea Convention, It's a very geographical convention. And really, the interpretation of those provisions and reaching understandings of how the interpretations can move forward is a role that geographers can play a major part in.
Thank you, Clive. Real perfect. Ambassador McGann, what is your perspective? I'll read it one more time. If you were to have a vote in framing of each of these contested environments for the incoming administration, what maps and data would you bring to the Oval Office to make your case and why?
I think the first thing I would bring to the Oval Office is a map of the Pacific that emphasizes that the United States is a Pacific country, right? And that our objectives in the Pacific can be best met not unilaterally, but through multilateral cooperation and engagement. And not just with our allies, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, but we have to look in terms of how we can work with partner countries through the multilateral institutions that they've already created. I'm thinking in terms of the Pacific Island Forum, the Secretary of the Pacific Community, the Pacific Island Development Forum. These are organizations and activities that would allow the United States to engage in a dialogue with Pacific Island countries, and so that we would be able to merge the national security requirements of the Pacific with the human security needs of the Pacific. And in that way, we could have a much more holistic approach toward our engagement to the region, and one that is not just focused in a reactionary way to Chinese encroachment, but one that is more undergirded by U.S. constructive engagement throughout the region.
Thank you so much. Karina, did you have a perspective on this? What would you bring to the Oval Office?
So I would bring a map of the world and showing how interconnected it is through the ocean, and how much of the world is the ocean comprises the world. And without understanding the diversity, territorial claims, and conflicts, how difficult it is to address some of these issues. In this map, I would show all the countries that have ratified UNCLOS and how the United States is one of the very few ones who still need to do that. And that ratifying UNCLOS would bolster American legitimacy in international maritime affairs beyond what it's already able to do. And how the U.S. has one of the largest exclusive economic zones in the world, and that protecting it and through ratifying UNCLOS, how that's so important. So that would be my map of the world showing its importance, the EEZs, and the fact that the U.S. is one of the very few countries that hasn't ratified UNCLOS. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I want to say thank you to all the panelists for your valuable insights.
Could I just, could I just intervene and say, and actually say what map I'd bring to the Oval Office, yes, which I didn't actually do. We can, I guess it's a nudge job for Adam to splice in. In terms of a map to bring to the Oval Office, I'd probably try to bring two. Firstly, an interactive map illustrating how much maritime jurisdiction is under threat from a recession in the coastline as a consequence of sea level rise. And secondly, a map that not only indicates the breadth of national maritime jurisdictions, including those of the United States, but how much is beyond national maritime jurisdiction. A map indicating the areas beyond national jurisdiction, or ABNJ, to give an impression of the sheer scale of the areas that are part of the global commons and are therefore worth protecting and are of value to the global community in terms of the negotiation of a new instrument that is legally binding on the global community to protect the resources and environments there. Thank you. Sorry to cut you off, Jessica.
No problem. Thank you, Clive. I'm going to thank each of you for your valuable insight today on oceans as a contested environment. As the global citizen, geographer, and traveler, this has been a very valuable conversation, and I'm very excited for the results of this panel today. So thank you to everyone, and thank you to AGS.
Thank you, Jessica, and your distinguished panel. We have a great start to our day. And now we're going to move on to a presentation by retired Captain Barney Rubble, who's going to look at new map-based insights on geopolitics. Barney?
Hello, I'm retired Captain Barney Rubel, U.S. Navy. I've been asked to talk to you today about a certain perspective I've developed on how different arrangements of a world map can produce geopolitical insights. This conference is about the future of the oceans, and I believe that not only can the way a Mercator map of the world indicate certain geopolitical dynamics, it can be suggestive. That is, it can reveal certain useful and perhaps necessary policy vectors for the future. First, a little of my bona fides for talking about things like this. Beyond my 2 decades as a carrier aviator, I spent over 20 years as a faculty member at the U.S. Naval War College in Newport, Rhode Island. While there, I taught planning and decision-making and a number of other subjects related to naval operations and strategy. I directed the wargaming department for several years and then took over as dean of the college's research arm, the Center for Naval Warfare Studies. In that capacity, I designed and led a research effort that supported the development of the 2007 Sea Service Strategy document, A Cooperative Strategy for 21st Century Sea Power. My experiences at sea around the world, as well as with wargaming and strategy development, gave me a deep appreciation for the world's maritime geography. Moreover, those experiences gave me a similarly deep appreciation for maps and charts. I guess this combination of experience, research, and gaming prepared my mind for an epiphany I had back in 2013, how alternate depictions of geography can yield new geopolitical insights. Geopolitics is the study of how geography influences human politics. For a sailor like me, the influence that the configuration of the world's oceans has on geopolitical affairs is of primary interest. But the oceans are large, and so to understand them, we resort to charts and maps, specifically and most commonly Mercator projections of the world. In 2013, the Naval War College was tasked to support an all-flag officer conference the Chief of Naval Operations wanted to hold to achieve better global coordination among fleet commanders and other naval leaders. In preparation, we ordered the printing of a massive 20 by 40 foot canvas map of the world. More on that later, but while looking at the map I laid out on the floor of the auditorium, I realized that the way a map is depicted could offer useful insights on potential future directions of U.S. policy. Let me start by saying that physical geography is not the only basis for drawing a map of the world. It can also be depicted in schematic terms, be they economic, political, or some other factor. In this presentation, I will use several schematic maps in addition to the normal Mercator projection. Next slide, please. So we'll start with a schematic depiction of the world. Alfred Mackinder, a British geographer who is widely regarded as the father of geopolitical study, devised the theory of the heartland. His famous book, Democratic Ideals and Reality, was published in 1919 and laid out the geopolitical theory that Eurasia was a potential powerhouse due to its resources and population. The gist of it was that if some power could unify, or organize in his vernacular, the bulk of the Eurasian continent, it would dominate the world. This illustration was directly lifted from his groundbreaking book on the subject. The fear of some power unifying Eurasia has driven British and later American policy for the last 2 centuries. His famous syllogism was, "Who rules East Europe commands the heartland. Who rules the heartland commands the world island. who rules the world island commands the world. This has been a geopolitical nightmare in one form or another for British and later American statesmen since at least the days of Napoleon. Next slide, please. Interestingly, Mackinder offered what might be called a reciprocal of his heartland theory. A unified ocean confers dominant influence. This concept anteceded his heartland theory, but there's a logic that connects the two seemingly contradictory statements. A unified Eurasia would have the industrial power to build a dominant navy. But it appears that thus far in history, his observation on sea power has carried the day. Next slide, please. Mackinder's work spawned much subsequent theorizing about geopolitics. Nicholas Speakman of Yale introduced the idea of the rimlands, the control or at least prevention of control of which would prevent a heartland power from achieving global dominance. This idea has figured prominently in U.S. policy, especially since the end of World War II. Speakman formulated Mackinder's syllogism as follows. Who controls the rimland rules Eurasia. Who rules Eurasia controls the destinies of the world. Next slide, please. History has thus far played out in a manner very different from what either Mackinder or Speakman foresaw. The continent that was organized was North America, and it was the United States that became the principal power in the world. However, vice ruling or controlling the world, the United States established after World War II a framework of institutions, including the United Nations, the International Monetary Fund, and others, that were designed to prevent recurrence of the factors that led to the world wars, designed to establish a level economic playing field and provide forums for nations to air grievances and coordinate actions, as well as to seek justice. The international order that emerged can be termed a system. So despite many differing policies and many embedded hostilities, the system has endured, spawning extensive globalization, especially after the fall of the Soviet Union. Next slide, please. Now let's consider the world via the Mercator projection. Mackinder's and Speakman's theories were global in span, so it's natural that we consider them via a map of the world, and depicted here is a standard Mercator projection of the globe. We are not so much interested in the physical distortions inherent in the projection as we are the juxtaposition of the continents. While the relationship of the continents in the real world is subject only to plate tectonics, their relationships on a map can be depicted in several different ways, and that flexibility is what can lead to geopolitical insights. This is a common configuration of a Mercator chart, probably developed in England or Germany, that positions Europe in the center, with Asia off to the right and the New World off to the left. I actually have a large version of this hung on the wall of my office, which I purchased from the Swedish store IKEA. In a vague way, this projection follows the old T&O maps of the world from the Middle Ages, one of which is shown at the inset, which depicted Europe, Asia, and Africa, with Jerusalem in the center, which offers some insight into the mindset of Europeans at the time. I've labeled this map the colonial world because it presents the world as European strategists from the 15th through the early 20th century would have seen the world. For them, this was a map of opportunities, places that could be exploited. Next slide, please. Likely you've seen this type of Mercator chart with the Western Hemisphere in the middle. Probably published in New York, its depiction of both oceans in their entirety suggests that the U.S. sees the world in bifurcated terms, Europe and the East. The oceans insulate us, but they're also highways to Eurasia, and we can take a region-by-region approach to security. This is the depiction the American sea power theorist Alfred Thayer Mahan likely had in mind as he crafted his ideas. At center, strategically, was the Monroe Doctrine, the defense of the Western Hemisphere. What this map depicted for Mahan was a world of threats that might emanate from Europe or possibly from Japan. When Mahan wrote his most influential works, the Panama Canal had yet to be finished, so the U.S. was bifurcated into two almost geographically independent coasts. Thus, there were two separate outside worlds for him to consider, Europe and the East. This outlook has been embedded in U.S. security doctrine since the American Revolution. Next slide, please. So as it turns out, the U.S. Unified Command Plan of regional areas of responsibility can be depicted easily on a Western Hemisphere-centric projection, which provides some insight into the mindset of U.S. policymakers, especially in the wake of the Cold War. The U.S. has had the luxury of looking at the world on a region-by-region basis. There was no global competitor or resource constraint that would force a shift in thinking to a true global perspective. Next slide, please. Chinese cartographers might produce this type of projection. The ocean of interest, the Pacific, is shown whole, while the Atlantic is bifurcated. This could indicate that the Atlantic is peripheral to Chinese interests. The Chinese strategists who conceived of the Belt and Road Initiative likely saw the world in this way. I have entitled it Mackinder's Nightmare precisely because it implies a whole Eurasia, where most of the world's population resides, and which can achieve potentially dominant influence. The U.S. and the rest of the Western Hemisphere is marginalized off to the right. Next slide, please. And then in 2013, I saw this. Our large map was printed in 4 sections of 90 degrees of longitude each, able to be Velcroed together in any order. For convenience, my faculty laid it out this way to facilitate placement of the over 600 models and markers needed to represent the entire U.S. Navy. Looking down at the map from the auditorium balcony, I realized the map was telling me something important. First, the U.S. was split down the Mississippi River. Beyond the physical convenience for placing markers, it implied that between New York and Los Angeles, there was nothing of geopolitical interest happening. But that was just a start. My initial insight was that the U.S. Navy does not deploy out from the U.S. Rather, it converges on Eurasia. This has major implications for Navy coordination and strategic planning, but also offers some additional geopolitical perspective. What if we sliced and diced the Mercator projection to reflect this large map? Next slide, please. Here, I've rearranged the Mercator projection to mimic what I saw on the game floor. What comes to mind is that, seen from the perspective of strategic planners in China and Russia, the U.S. is an edge power. If you are in Eurasia, no matter which way you look, you will eventually come to the U.S. Geopolitically, the U.S. encloses their world. Not a good thing from their perspective. Moreover, the oceans are not so much moats that protect us as they are highways for the U.S. to influence event in Eurasian rimlands. Again, not a good thing in Chinese or Russian eyes. Authoritarian continental Eurasian powers have 2 basic geopolitical rules. First, do not engage in two-front wars, and second, do not allow a strong neighbor to develop. The U.S. as an edge power prevents Eurasian continental powers from following either of those rules. Command of the Sea allows the U.S. to impose a multi-front war on anyone, and also turns the U.S. into a virtual, strong, pushy neighbor. This map indicates that the U.S. is in a perfect geographical position to act as kind of a sysadmin for the global system. Again, because there's nothing of geopolitical influence happening between the east and west coasts, the map can be split like this, and from a functional standpoint, the U.S. can exploit its command of the sea to defend the global system it established. Next slide, please. But that's not the whole story. Let's zoom in on Eurasia to get additional insight on the headaches that afflict strategists in Russia and China, and those of France and Germany before them. Life is tough enough for continental powers. First, they are geographic prisoners that lack unimpeded access to the world ocean. Whether the Skagerrak or the first island chain, there are geographic choke points that the U.S. can use to keep them penned up. Second, outside of these geographic obstacles, there is the global system. The previously mentioned network of alliances, international institutions, and rules the U.S. and the Allies established in 1944 to prevent the causes of another world war from occurring. The net effect is geopolitical enclosure, which is just fine from a U.S. standpoint, containment policy or no containment policy. This is one reason why Chinese and Russian strategists complain about U.S. hegemony. From his vantage point outside Eurasia, Nicholas Speakman could see the flow of geopolitics in terms of domination of the rimlands. For Russian and Chinese strategists, the problem is more immediate, breaking enclosure. The geographic constraints are bad enough, but they also have a geometry problem. Next slide, please. The resulting geopolitical geometry is not only a function of physical geography, but also fundamentally about the nature of political systems. If China was a democracy and willing member of the system, as opposed to a parasite using the system for its own purposes, geopolitical enclosure would be a non-factor. Conversely, if the U.S. was an authoritarian state, its strategy and policy would drive it back to some version of the Monroe Doctrine, so it would be more insular, and some other juxtaposition of continents on the Mercator map would be needed. As it is, the fact that the world's oceans are all connected privileges the nation that can achieve command of the sea. Next slide, please. Now for the bad news. The edge view of the world is dependent on the ability of the U.S. to defend the system. Moreover, nothing of geopolitical significance must be happening between New York and L.A. Unfortunately, neither of these factors seem to me to be holding. There's not time here to go into the matter, but suffice it to say that the difficulties the U.S. Navy has suffered in the past few years are an indicator to me that something is amiss at the policy level, and that, in my view, is related to the inability of the U.S. to adequately fund a comprehensive global defense of the system. Moreover, and I'm not taking political sides here, if the upcoming election is contested and the U.S. suffers even more profound political fracturing, it would be inappropriate to split the Mercator chart along the Mississippi River. New depictions of the world would be needed, and neither of the alternatives shown here are very appetizing to me. What does it all, next slide, please. So what does it all mean? Here are my takeaways from the preceding map-based analysis. They're simple and easy to understand, but difficult to achieve. Hard decisions will be necessary to achieve them, but collectively they offer a clear template for U.S. policy. The overarching goal is to keep the edge view of the world valid. While the U.S. constructed a number of multinational and bilateral security treaties after World War II, many have been dissolved or internal strains have diluted their vitality. The current administration's policy of America First would also seem to move the U.S. from the enclosure map to the Monroe Doctrine map. Major U.S. effort to repair existing alliances and create new ones would seem to be in order. I do not think, barring some security catastrophe, that increased defense budgets are in the cards. So national security strategy must be adapted to constrained means. I'll not further expand on this, but it's worth recalling the Monroe Doctrine map. As I said, the U.S. Unified Command Plan is based on the logic of that depiction, and the approach is region by region. In other words, the U.S. strategy is formed around a series of regional combatant commanders that are virtual proconsuls. By so fragmenting its approach, the U.S. requires far more defense resources than it would if its security and defense strategy was truly globalized. However, that would require a fundamental reorganization of the Unified Command Plan. If anyone is interested in getting more information on my views on how the security strategy should be adjusted, you should contact Chris Tucker, who can put you in direct contact with me. Next slide, please. Plate tectonics require millions of years to produce significant changes in the relationships of continents. Geopolitical tectonics act much faster. However, both are complex processes that are hard to understand, much less predict. However, the focus of this conference is on the future of the world ocean, so some extrapolation of geopolitical analysis I have presented is in order. Rather than an outright prediction, I'll offer possibilities. It's one thing to consider the physical future of the ocean, the effects of pollution and global warming, etc., but quite another to think about how the ocean will figure in future human political affairs. As I previously mentioned, there are some trends that threaten to throw the U.S. back into the Monroe Doctrine view of the world, and others that might bring about Mackinder's nightmare. In both cases, it means that the authoritarian continental powers broke enclosure. On the other hand, optimistically, if the policy vectors of the previous slide are followed, then perhaps we could maintain the edge view, and this would be a new schematic of the world. Although not the same as the all-encompassing system schematic I showed earlier, it's still congruent with the edge view, and that would be a good thing for the future of the United States and frankly for the rest of the world. This concludes my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Barney. That was great.
Thanks for joining us for Geography 2050, the future of the world ocean. We hope you're enjoying the event. We're pleased that we could make this year's Geography 2050 free for all to enjoy and learn from. Of course, the production of this virtual event was far from free. If you would like to support the American Geographical Society and its convening of leaders from government, industry, academia, and the social sector, To create such powerful content about the future geography of our oceans and our planet, please go to www.geography2050.org and click on the Donate Now button. Whether it's a one-time donation or a donation that you set for recurring monthly or annual payment, we would appreciate your support. If all of you watching today chose to provide just $5 each month, it would have a transformational effect on the American Geographical Society's support to geography teachers and students across our country. So donate now with a tax-deductible donation and become part of the future of geography in America, as well as this ongoing discussion which seeks to enrich all of our lives through discussions about the future of our world ocean.
Thank you, Chris. And now we have a very focused lightning talk by Mr. Tyler Lykin from One Earth Future about one of the world's most vital trade routes.
Hi everyone, my name is Tyler Lykin and I'm a maritime security researcher for the Stable Seas program at One Earth Future. For the next 5 minutes, I'm going to be talking about how terrorist groups exploit seas and geopolitical choke points in pursuit of their goals. A few months ago, our team released Violence at Sea, How Terrorists, Insurgents, and Other Extremists Exploit the Maritime Domain. A major aim of this report is to show how inattention to seas allows terror groups to continue operating even when land-based counterterrorism efforts are otherwise successful. This tendency to ignore the maritime is known as sea blindness. We focus on how violent non-state actors are able to conduct operations and pursue financial activities. To easily describe forms of maritime exploitation, we created a novel 5T framework which slots activities into 5 categories: tactical support, target, take, traffic and trade, and tax and extort. Within these categories, which I will be describing shortly, each group was designated a score from 1 to 4 based on their level of activity. Tactical support is the movement of fighters, guns, ammunition, and other combat-related resources, and includes raids on land targets launched from the sea. Targeting refers to the intentional use of violence against maritime targets. The attacks on the USS Cole and Super Ferry 14 are examples of this activity. Take, traffic and trade, and tax and extort can be broadly understood as financial activities. Policymakers and financial regulators can leverage knowledge of these flows to undermine and financially dismantle these groups. Take activities include armed robbery at sea, piracy, theft, and kidnapping for ransom. Traffic and trade is a highly common activity in which groups co-opt licit and illicit trade in order to line their own pockets. Oftentimes, this will require joining or establishing an organized criminal network within the industry they plan to exploit. Tax and extort involves obtaining payment through force or coercion. Many of the victims for this scheme are land-based businesses involved in maritime industries. In our report, we detailed how 43 different groups use these activities in 3 distinct maritime regions. Today, I'm going to focus specifically on Houthi activities in the Western Indian Ocean region and the incredibly important Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Founded in 1992, the Houthis are a Shiite Muslim military and political movement with an anti-American, anti-West, and anti-Semitic stance. Their operations center on Yemen, and in recent months they have been highly active near the crucial port city of Hodeidah. The map on this slide shows Houthi-related fatal events from 2015 to 2020. The graphic on the left shows the composite score for the Houthis across all 5 categories. I'd like to point out that the 4 in target is unique to the Houthis. No other group of the 43 we researched was this active in targeting maritime vessels. The graph on the right shows that the average distance from the shore for fatal events has increased over time. Yemen's coastline covers 1,200 miles and butts against the Arabian Sea, the Gulf of Aden, and the Red Sea. The extensive coast has given Houthis ample maritime territory that they have used to transport arms and materials to equip their fighters. The short distance between Yemen and Somalia facilitates these shipments. Smugglers apprehended in May 2020 have admitted smuggling arms for the Houthis since 2015. Originally fishermen with maritime skill sets, the smugglers were flown to Iran to receive specialized training to help them remain undetected. Many of the trade routes used by the Houthis run along traditional lines for maritime commerce, making it difficult to identify and intercept smugglers. The Houthis are extraordinarily active in attacking maritime targets. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait is located in the Red Sea off the western coast of Yemen. This strait sees a significant amount of global trade pass through it every year, including major hydrocarbon shipments. As of August 2019, the Houthis had carried out 22 maritime attacks, 15 of which have occurred in the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. From Yemen's coast, the Houthis have targeted both civilian shipping vessels and Saudi warships. The Houthis have a wide and diverse set of weapons, including multi-ship anti-ship missiles, remote-controlled drone boats filled with explosives, and even sea mines, which you can see here on the left. The proximity that facilitates the Houthis to target vessels for attacks has also allowed them to commit armed robbery at sea. In November 2019, Houthi militants in 2 speedboats hijacked and robbed a Saudi tugboat hauling a South Korean drilling rig. Although this type of activity can be lucrative, it makes up a smaller portion of the Houthi financial portfolio. Weapons, while a necessary resource for war, can also be used as a financial resource. A 2019 UN report found that while land seizures are rare, the illegal trade of weapons for cash is often conducted over maritime routes to Yemen before entering the African market. In 2013, a U.S. Navy vessel interdicted a vessel with rockets, missiles, and high explosives. Many of these weapons originate in Iran and are smuggled in small boats called dhows. Once in the Gulf of Aden, these dhows meet with other small boats, typically quicker and motorized, before committing a ship-to-ship transfer. These are conducted in open waters and are a viable option mainly due to a lack of Yemeni security presence on their coast. Terror groups will often infiltrate and extort ports and port businesses. The Houthis, however, have found a novel way with which they are extorting several actors, including Yemen and the United Nations. Their scheme involves the FSO Safer, a degraded oil tanker holding 1 million barrels of oil. This vessel is moored in Houthi-controlled waters in the Red Sea off the coast of Yemen. The Houthis want to retain all proceeds from the sale of the oil aboard and are refusing to allow repairs or UN inspections of the vessel without this guarantee. Unfortunately, the FSO Safer is a major bargaining chip for the Houthis and may very well turn into a major disaster. The Houthi presence along the Bab el-Mandeb Strait has given the group a wide set of readily available targets for attack, as well as offered several major sources of income. As the conflict in Yemen continues, their exploitation of this geopolitical choke point will likely increase in both scope and frequency. Houthi exploitation and predation of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait has been essential for their operations and survival, and other maritime checkpoints can serve violent non-state actors in much the same way. In order to successfully defeat these groups, counterterrorism efforts must take on a more inclusive, maritime attentive strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tyler. A lot of information in just 2 way short of time. Today, we have 2 panel discussions, and our next one is a rare treat. If we were in New York, it would have been nearly impossible to get all the members of this next panel in the same room at the same time. But thanks to the magic of technology, we can get them on the same screen at the same time today. Let's join our moderator, AGS counselor and Black Cape CEO, Mr. Al DiLeonardo, for a conversation with the admirals. Al?
Hello today from the American Geographical Society. I'm your panel moderator for today's panel, Oceans as a Contested Environment. My name is Al DiLeonardo, and I'm an AGS counselor, also a former US GIF, which is the US Geospatial Intelligence Foundation board member. And prior to that, I built 2 geospatial software companies. With that said, I'm most proud of more than my 2 decades of service to the country as a U.S. Army intelligence officer who was always at the intersection of data and geography for the National Security Agency, NSA, the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA, and also Joint Special Operations Command. And just why the AGS put an old Army guy to moderate an oceans panel, one might say even someone who is or maybe was on stage with such an esteemed group of admirals, I will surely never know. I have not only always had a fascination with the oceans, though, as both a natural wonder, but also as a geostrategic chessboard on which great powers sometimes play their games. I have served in the Horn of Africa, where failed states lead to ocean piracy. I have served in the Gulf, where the Persian Gulf and the Straits of Hormuz are contested in ways that fundamentally shape our military posture on land across the region. And as a former signals intelligence guy, I understand that there's always an ocean fiber line somewhere to protect from foreign manipulation. This actually leaves me with a ton of questions for each of these admirals on this important topic, the oceans as a contested environment. But given the very different institutional roles each of these admirals play in the safety, security, sustainability, and prosperity of our nation, I want to begin by introducing each of them and then asking each of the admirals to give some introductory remarks about the vital trends they see reshaping the geography of our oceans over the coming decades, and perhaps geospatial technology trends that may reshape how we understand this changing ocean. Okay, our three panelists today are Vice Admiral Linda Fagan, Commander Pacific Area, U.S. Coast Guard; Vice Admiral Robert Sharp, Director, National Geospatial Intelligence Agency; Rear Admiral Timothy Gallaudet, Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and Deputy NOAA Administrator, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, U.S. Department of Commerce. First, I'd like to begin with going deeper into each of their bios. I'll start with Vice Admiral Linda Fagan. Vice Admiral Fagan assumed command of the Coast Guard Pacific Area on June 2018, where she serves as the operational commander for all U.S. Coast Guard missions from the Rocky Mountains to the waters off the east coast of Africa. She concurrently serves as Commander Defense Forces West and provides Coast Guard mission support to the Department of Defense and combatant commanders. Admiral Fagan is the Coast Guard's first ever Gold Ancient Trident as the officer with the longest service record in the marine safety field. Admiral Fagan's previous flag assignments include Deputy Commandant for Operations, Policy and Capabilities, Commander 1st Coast Guard District, and Deputy Director of Operations for Headquarters, United States Northern Command. Admiral Fagan has served on all 7 continents, from the snows and mountains of Ross Island, Antarctica, to the heart of Africa, from Tokyo to Geneva, and in many ports along the way. She commanded Sector New York, with responsibility for all Coast Guard missions in the greater New York metropolitan area. Her additional operational assignments include sea duty on board the U.S. Coast Guard cutter Polar Star and more than 15 years as a Marine inspector. We also have the privilege today to have the Vice Admiral with us from NGA, Vice Admiral Robert Sharp, who is the 7th Director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, NGA. Admiral Sharp leads and directs NGA under the authorities of the Secretary of Defense and the Director of National Intelligence. He became NGA's director in February 2019. Prior to directing NGA, Admiral Sharp served as Commander of the Office of Naval Intelligence and Director of the National Maritime Intelligence Office. During his initial flag assignment, he served as the Director for Intelligence in the United States Special Operations Command. His previous operational tours include deployments with USS Ranger Carrier Air Wing 2, the USS Constellation Carrier Group 2, and the USS Harry S. Truman. Additionally, he conducted multiple deployments to Afghanistan as an intelligence lead of a Special Operations Task Force supporting Operation Enduring Freedom. In fact, that is where I first met the Admiral about 10 to 15 years ago. Admiral Sharp also has numerous short tours that led him to his current position as Director of NGA. Of note, he commanded the Joint Intelligence Center at U.S. Central Command and was in similar roles with U.S. Special Operations and the U.S. Navy along the way. And our third panelist today, Rear Admiral Timothy Gallaudet, who is the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and Deputy Administrator of the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, NOAA. From 2017 to 2019, he served as the Acting Undersecretary of Commerce for Oceans and Atmosphere and NOAA Administrator. Before these assignments, he served 32 years in the U.S. Navy, completing his service in 2017 as the oceanographer of the U.S. Navy. Now, who wouldn't like to have that title? In his current position, he leads NOAA's Blue Economy activities that advance marine transportation, sustainable seafood, ocean exploration and mapping, marine tourism and recreation, as well as coastal resilience. He also directs NOAA's support to the administration's Indo-PACOM strategy, oversees NOAA Arctic research, operations, and engagement, and is leading the execution of the NOAA science and technology strategies for artificial intelligence. So, as you have just heard today on this panel, we are very, very lucky to have more experience, and for that matter, practical experience here today on navigating challenges that ocean geographies present, especially as it relates to the U.S. government and the Department of Defense. As we transition now to these esteemed admirals, note that we will be talking across a number of fronts that were represented on my map for the ideas of contested oceans, from IUU fishing to protected areas, choke points, sea rise, and how geodata and technology play a role now and in the future trends. So let us begin, and we'll start out with a short presentation by Admiral Fagan. Would you like to begin, ma'am?
All right. Hey, thank you, Al. It is really a pleasure to be here and participate in this important conversation. And, you know, the Coast Guard is an agency that concurrently has military and law enforcement authorities and provides us a unique role in advancing our nation's homeland security and national defense objectives. And I'd like to first give a brief overview of the U.S. Coast Guard's Pacific area, my AOR, and responsibilities as we talk about the global role in some of the ocean topics that we'll talk about today. Next slide. So Pacific area span of responsibility, it encompasses 6 of the 7 continents, 71 countries, and 74 million square miles of ocean, from the U.S. western states to Asia, and including both poles, both the Arctic and Antarctica. The workforce is about 13,000 active duty reservists and civilian employees, many of them stationed here in the lower 48, but also in Alaska, Guam, and Japan. We have Coast Guard members working around the globe. And we engage in every one of the Coast Guard statutory missions. So, for example, in a given day, the men and women of the Pacific area they're deployed into the Eastern Pacific, interdicting drug runners or cutters there now, 365, 24/7, conducting those operations. We guard and protect our critical infrastructure in our nation's ports, the maritime transportation system, where the cruise industry, container ships, tank ships call and help promote the economic well-being of the country. We break ice. We support scientific research in the high latitudes, conduct search and rescue, across the country, in the Bering, helping to protect the commercial fishing fleet. And we engage in fisheries boardings, both off the coast of the United States, but as well into the Western Pacific in support of some of the high seas conventions that pertain to fishing. You know, our national defense strategy and our national security starts at our coast, and then it projects into the far reaches, and in my case, of the Pacific and both poles. And now I want to highlight 3 areas where Coast Guard operations are conducted in those far reaches. Next slide. So in the Eastern Pacific, illicit non-state actors have a long tradition of using the oceans to conduct their trade. And Coast Guard's keenly focused on these transnational criminal organizations that use the waters of the Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean to traffic illegal narcotics, predominantly cocaine, bound for the United States. The cocaine arrives in Central America and Mexico from South America, source zone, and it triggers violence, corruption, extortion, and instability throughout the region. In addition, it fuels a devastating drug addiction and drug use issue in the United States. At-sea interdiction of pure cocaine is the most effective way to limit cartels from trafficking their entire spectrum of illicit products. And the Coast Guard is a vital part of this U.S. joint force that combats the illegal drug flow. And we use our authorities to enable these interdictions of smugglers at sea, where the contraband is still in bulk before it's been broken down into smaller loads. So the images in the slide, in the top right slide, this was the Coast Guard cutter Monroe interdicting a narco sub a little more than a year ago. It went viral. It's out there, out there in the internet world, where the members shouting "Alto su barco," and the 5 counter narcotics or traffickers were interdicted and brought on board the Coast Guard cutter for trafficking. We work with the Southcom and the Joint Interagency Task Force South and our fellow DHS components, so CBP, HSI, DEA, FBI, Department of Justice, to investigate, detect, monitor, interdict. It's a cycle of justice that the whole of government approach uses. On the 1st of April, Southcom announced a surge, and we have Coast Guard cutters deployed, as I said, as we're watching and talking about this. We're still working on our FY20 numbers with regard to what we were actually able to achieve. In FY19, we interdicted 208 metric tons of cocaine. That from an individual dose standpoint, it's approximately 4.8 billion individual doses. Those are doses that did not reach the streets of the United States, did not result in overdoses. This is truly life-saving work. Next slide. In the Indo-Pacific and Oceania, moving west through my area of responsibility, the United States is a Pacific nation, and we have been deployed across the Pacific as a Coast Guard for 150 years. It's home to global fish stocks, strategic trade routes, and maritime nations with proud histories, but with limited assets. We've talked about fishing, the illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, and it plays a particularly important role in the region where near-peer nations, namely China, are employing economic coercion and overreaching territorial claims to threaten the sovereignty of many of these small island nations and their independence and economic well-being. Many of the Pacific Island countries lack capability or capacity to fully police their sovereign waters, makes them vulnerable to narcotics trafficking, human smuggling, IUU fishing, piracy, and terrorist activity. And this is, a role for the Coast Guard is to engage in partnership and capacity building with these nations to help build their own ability to protect their own sovereignty and patrol their own waters. In the face of coercive and antagonistic behavior, the Coast Guard offers transparent engagement and partnership, and we're really uniquely situated to assist partner nations and help them uphold their sovereignty. The slides highlight some of our Coast Guard operations in the Indo-Pacific. In the past year, we've deployed 2 national security cutters. The upper left slide is a national security cutter. We've had a surface action group with several fast response cutters. In the lower right, you see one of the new fast response cutters. In fact, we're in the process of home porting 3 of those fast response cutters in Guam, helping us project into the region. Next slide. So finally, the high latitudes. This includes the Arctic and Antarctica, and presence equals influence. And as the Arctic continues to open, strategic competition drives more actors to look at the Arctic. Russia, China, they looking for economic advantage, political advantage, strategic advantage. And the demand for leadership and presence in the Arctic will only continue to grow. China has declared itself a near-Arctic nation, and both Russia and China have declared the Arctic as a strategic priority and continue to make investments and capabilities to strengthen their position in the region. So the Coast Guard operates our nation's only icebreaker fleet. We have a medium icebreaker, the Coast Guard cutter Healy, and a heavy icebreaker, the Coast Guard cutter Polar Star. In fact, the Polar Star is pictured in that top left side. And as you heard in my bio, the Polar Star was my first assignment, and so I've really had the privilege to serve on that ship in both the Arctic and Antarctic, and know firsthand how critical that work is. But the Polar Star is 35 plus years old, and we need to bring new polar ice breaking capacity into the nation's fleet. We can't do that soon enough, and I'm really excited to tell you that the first polar security cutter will begin being built by VT Halter as we go into the next year. Coast Guard's looking forward to commissioning that ship and operating it on behalf of the nation. In addition to icebreakers, we have a persistent presence in the Arctic, with other large cutters, aircraft, shore-based units to support fisheries enforcement and help manage shipping and conduct the search and rescue missions that we do. Presence is also really key in Antarctica. We have 2 U.S. bases down there, and providing support to break the ice channel in so that resupply can be done to McMurdo, which then in turn supports the South Pole Station. Absolutely critical. And in fact, the picture of the Polar Star there in the upper left, they are in Antarctica breaking the ice channel in. The slide on the upper right is an artist rendering of the new polar security cutters that VT Halter will be delivering for us. And the other two slides just show some of the units that we've got based in and around Alaska, primarily in Kodiak, operating up there in the high latitudes. So that concludes my opening remarks. Again, thank you, and I am really looking forward to participating in the follow-on discussion.
All right. Thank you, Admiral Fagan, for those opening remarks. We'd now like to go to Admiral Gallaudet to give some opening remarks.
Okay, well, thank you. It's great to be here. And my presentation will be a little bit different here. I represent the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, and so we're America's leading environmental science agency. And something of increasing interest in our oceans and environment are the environmental abuses conducted by the People's Republic of China. And recently, Secretary of State Pompeo has shown great leadership in talking about what he's observed and what we have documented in our science, and that will be the focus of what I say here. This was all put out in a fact sheet that you see on this first slide by the State Department, and we'll talk about how NOAA is documenting these abuses and calling China to cease and desist because they affect not only the global health of our oceans and environment, but also global security. So next slide, please. So one of the top areas of interest is greenhouse gas emissions. And interestingly, China is really the top emitter of greenhouse gases. In fact, from 2005 to 2019, China has increased greenhouse gas emissions by 80%, while the U.S. has declined emissions by 15%. And in 2019 alone, the U.S. dropped emissions by 2%, while China increased by 3%. So these are big numbers. And we at NOAA are really have the expertise of the world-class scientists that operate the monitoring of these greenhouse gas emissions and the others that you see listed on this slide. And so these stations we have in place in the South Pole, Mauna Kea, American Samoa, and up in Utqiagvik, Alaska. Next slide. Another area of increasing concern are chlorofluorocarbons, or these ozone-depleting gases. And specifically, one in particular, CFC11. We document the global concentration as well as the concentration in different hemispheres, as you see depicted. And in 2018, we documented a notable rise in CFC11. And we were able to do the forensic atmospheric chemistry to determine that was occurring in eastern China. And we brought that to the attention, and this is a violation of the Montreal Protocol, and China is now beginning to address this, and with pressure from the international community. Next slide. Another example is air quality. In 2008, the State Department at the embassy in Beijing installed a air quality sensor on the rooftop of their embassy, and as we suspected, the observations we gathered were that the air quality in China was at dangerous levels, and it was not what they were reporting to their citizens. Conversely, America's our NOAA Air Resources Lab, in addition with the EPA, we set the gold standard in monitoring air quality and issuing warnings and alerts and predictions to ensure our citizens can stay safe and follow proper protocols whenever air quality standards are reached. And this happens a lot this year, for example, in the wildfire season, but we ensure our citizens stay safe and we maintain transparency and openness, unlike the PRC. Next slide. And then there's the area of mercury in our atmosphere and mercury in our oceans. China's industrial processes, as well as coal production, causes a great deal of mercury to be emitted into the atmosphere and in the oceans. Again, they are not acknowledging the levels of mercury that they're producing and putting into our environment. And so NOAA continues to document that. And we see really dangerous levels in some of our fisheries, certainly the apex predators like bluefin tuna and swordfish, because of the accumulation that occurs up the food chain. So this is really a food security issue in addition to an air quality issue. Next slide. And then there's marine litter or marine debris. There's a lot of talk now and attention into reducing the amount of plastics in our ocean. China is the world's greatest producer of plastics. They're also the greatest producer of marine plastics pollution in the oceans. And you can see this depiction on the right side of the slide about their contribution just from the Yangtze River alone. So to address this, NOAA, in addition to the Environmental Protection Agency, we've announced the release of this federal strategy to get at the global issue of marine litter, primarily plastics, but it includes derelict fishing vessels and other types of pollution. And we just released this strategy last month, and we're really proud of it because it gets at the primary effort of waste management, certainly in these areas of Asia. And so we're working with USAID, for example, to build the waste capacity, the waste management capacity to prevent this really harmful environmental practice. Next slide. Okay, and then there's another very interesting aspect of this. So you mentioned that you're going to be meeting with Kathy Sullivan soon, who has dove into the Marianas Trench as well as being the first American woman to walk in space. Well, she did this with Caladan Oceanic, run by Victor Vescovo, the famous ocean explorer. Well, Victor Vescovo, in diving in the Marianas Trench this year, documented extensive fields of littered cable. This is plastic fiber optic lines, plastic-coated fiber optic cables that the Chinese have been using with their deep-sea autonomous underwater vehicle called the Haidao-1, which deployed in the Challenger Deep here, as you see depicted, in June of this year. And this is really a significant issue because this is the deepest spot in the ocean. It's an iconic location. It has much research opportunity in terms of discovery, and the Chinese, through their unsafe practices and littering these cables and discard of them, are creating really dangerous conditions for any future research in this amazing part of the ocean. And now this is what Admiral Fagan talked about, which is a significant issue in the Indo-Pacific and really globally, and that's illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And so on the left here, you see where the U.S. stands in fisheries management. And again, we are the best in the business, and we are really the role model for other nations in sustainable fisheries. We manage our fisheries well. We have very few overfished or subject to overfishing species, as you see depicted. And since 2000, we have recovered 47 economically vital fish stocks. But China, they have depleted all of their fisheries, and that's why their distant water fleet is violating leases with some countries and actually incurring into the EEZs of others unlawfully to fish and catch from these countries. You see this off the Galapagos from Ecuador. You see this in East Africa. And one of the ways NOAA is getting at this in concert with the Coast Guard and other partners is we are applying artificial intelligence techniques with partnership with Vulcan under Paul Allen's company, and we're working to basically identify and document where this fishing has occurred using AIS and other data sets to ensure that we can get at the enforcement in a more impactful way. And I announced with the Coast Guard Commandant Admiral Schultz the new illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing strategic outlook of the Coast Guard just last month, in addition with Admiral Craig Fowler of the U.S. Southern Command. And then there is this water management issue of the Mekong River. China has not shared their water management data, and their manipulation of the Mekong in the upper reaches has significant impacts for the countries downrange. We're seeing excessive periods of drought and really higher needs for water provided by the river. And meanwhile, China is not exercising transparent or actually equitable water management practices. And then conversely, though, we are doing it in a fantastic way that's very transparent in our interagency group called the Water Sub-Cabinet with EPA, USDA, and the Army Corps of Engineers. And you see a picture of the Columbia River, which is really, again, a model for the proper water management, meeting multi-sector uses in a very transparent way with our Canadian partners. Okay, and then wrapping up something that's very familiar with many others on this panel, and that is what China is doing in the South China Sea, specifically their island building. And this is just one of many examples of their Belt and Road Initiative, where they are destroying habitat, here coral reefs, other parts of the world, there are other elements. And in this particular, though, we're talking about the livelihoods, the fishing-based economies of Malaysia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. These reefs that they've destroyed, they are fisheries nurseries. And by taking away these reefs, we are undermining and destabilizing a main source of the economy of these partner nations in the region. So we hold the gold standard, again, in coral reef restoration and management, and we have partnerships with other Pacific islands and our ASEAN allies to restore coral reefs and support all they do for local economies and the natural environment. So thank you. Last slide. It's great to be a part here of this event for the American Geographical Society, and I look forward to talking with you more about oceans and in a contested environment.
Thank you, Admiral Gallaudet. I don't know, though, before we move on, if I'm more scared or excited to hear more from you, because, that's some tough stuff that you just went through, and look forward to hearing that in follow-on discussions. Now we want to go to Admiral Sharp and have some comments and a video. Please, Admiral Sharp.
Hey, thanks, Al. It's great to see you again. And I wish I was there in person, but this is the next best thing. It's a real privilege and an honor to be here for Geography 2050 and to represent NGA. And it's also great to be in the virtual company of such distinguished mariners and co-panelists as Admiral Linda Fagan and Admiral Tim Gallaudet, who are not only great co-panelists, but also great shipmates and great friends. I want to start by thanking American Geographical Society for doing this. It was probably would have been really easy for us to skip this year, but I'm glad we're taking the time to come together and talk about geography, to talk about this planet, to talk about the importance of the maritime domain. In the Navy, we like to highlight for those who aren't mariners the importance of the maritime. The fact that 70% of the ocean is covered by water, right? That 80% of the world's population lives in pretty close proximity to water, and that 90% of our goods that we transfer from one place to the next are transported via the maritime domain. And it's actually over 95% of our ones and zeros that we transfer to communicate, to keep us connected, don't go via satellite. They're transmitted via cables that are going through the maritime domain. So I could be accused of being a little bit biased as a sailor, but the maritime domain really is the lifeblood of the world's economy, holding us together. So it's a great topic. I'm going to use a majority of my time showing you a little video our team put together just a couple months ago. And you can watch this video at our redesigned website, our open website, www.nga.mil. And if you haven't been there recently, I invite you to check it out to see some of the things we're posting, some of the things we're sharing. But take a look at this video, because I think it really does a good job of showing what NGA is, how NGA shows the way. Hope you enjoy it.
Who, what, why, when, where? These questions form the foundation of human exploration. They are fundamental to knowing and understanding our world. Their answers are essential to information gathering, storytelling, and problem solving. They have inspired the world's most famous thinkers and pioneers to push past the accepted, the conventional, the ordinary, to reveal truly extraordinary discoveries that have shaped our lives and stirred our imaginations. And they are at the heart of America's security. At the National Geospatial-Intelligence Agency, the answers to these questions form the foundation of our mission. Everything on Earth, from its watery depths to its highest peaks, can be measured in space and time, what's known as geospatial intelligence, or GeoInt. Our workforce brings the intelligence to that equation using our capabilities to illuminate options, inform decisions, and act with precision. NGA is a unique combination of intelligence agency and combat support agency. Our work shows the way in the air, the sea, on the front lines of a disaster, from the halls of the Pentagon to the Oval Office. We work side by side with our military services, our nation's leaders, and first responders to provide the information they need when they need it most, allowing them to take action before events become a crisis. Our country's defining moments are times of great determination and exceptional achievement, from the Revolutionary War to the expeditions of Lewis and Clark to landing a man on the moon. In each, you will find geospatial intelligence. NGA and its predecessors have been a part of some of the nation's biggest technological feats and proudest moments. And we've also answered the call during some of its darkest. Who, what, why, when, where. Throughout human history, we've yearned to discover what lies beyond the horizon. The drive to explore our surroundings and understand the Earth is deeply ingrained in our DNA. At NGA, our mission is to answer those fundamental questions today so we can help show the way to a better tomorrow. Our work is foundational, it is advancing, and it is far from finished. We will continue to explore the Earth and also the partnerships, tools, and technologies needed to meet America's geospatial demands. We must and will rise to meet all challenges, exploring where we've been and where we're going, wherever it takes us.
Hey, I hope you enjoyed that short clip. I've watched it several times and I continue to enjoy it. Once again, go to our website, www.nga.mil, and check out that and other items that we've posted for your convenience. I look forward to the discussion with this great group of panelists. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you, Admiral Sharp. That was a great video. Now, let's go ahead and move on from those great presentations and get into some questions and answers that we have on contested oceans. The first question that I'd like to bring up, and in reference to some other things we have going on for Geography 2050, in a previous panel today, we were reminded how many different regions of the world and world oceans are currently contested, and which will likely be increasingly contested in the future. In just one panel, we addressed the South China Sea, the international scramble for the Arctic, failed states, piracy, and the geostrategic pressures being put on island nations by the great powers and by climate change. But these are only a few. Each of your agencies and services contribute to the national security posture in different ways. Based on your roles, what do you see as the most underappreciated contested ocean geography as we move into the coming decades, and why? And I'd like to start off, if it would be okay, back with Admiral Fagan, who earlier you mentioned that presence is strategic and important, strategically important in places like the Arctic. And I'd like to see where you could take this for us and maybe go back to presence and strategicness, so to speak.
All right, thanks, Al. I want to come back to the Coast Guard's unique authorities. I mentioned them in my opening, and they really are often not that well understood. We simultaneously have authorities under Title 14 as well as Title 10, and we are a full member of the National Intelligence Community. So it allows a flexibility and, as I said, a duality to what we're able to do with a Coast Guard ship with Coast Guard personnel wearing multiple hats, executing multiple different operational successes. And one of our really unique value propositions as an organization is one, our ability to support and complement DoD operations and operate alongside our DoD counterparts, but also then to partner and capacity build with nations and model rule-based values and behaviors. And, so I think about a nation like China, who operates, much of what they're doing is sort of below a direct conflict. And Coast Guard sits in a bridge and in a space between DoD and lethality and the Department of State's diplomacy. And so that's really the sweet spot for our forward deployed Coast Guard members. So underappreciated, right? So that it depends on your perspective. And my kind of take or view on the AOR when it comes to underappreciated, it really comes from a perspective of where do we have activities that are significantly challenging international norms, the rule of law, the established maritime governance and norms that we all enjoy in the maritime domain. And so contested zones, from the Coast Guard view, we view it from a security and an economic perspective, because economic security is national security for many of the nations in the Pacific, and provides foundational to national sovereignty and stability. And so, the three areas I highlighted in my opening, the Arctic and Indo-Pacific are regions where I worry that the rule of law is being undermined by nations seeking self-gain. The Arctic is 1 million square miles of U.S. territorial EEZ. It's a harsh environment, yet you see significant Russian activity both on their side of the Arctic and more recently within the U.S. EEZ, and China and their declaration of being a near Arctic state and their interest. In the Western Pacific, we see challenges to that rules-based system, aggressive defense of excessive maritime claims, as we see with China's 9-dash line. We've talked about IUU fishing as another of those activities in contravention of the rule of law and established norms. And then in the Eastern Pacific, 79% of the drug flow in North America comes through that vector. We're only stopping about 20% of it. On the water, we seize 3 times the amount of cocaine as we do at the land border. But those transit routes and smuggling efforts, those pose direct national security risk. It's a seam that's exploited for the movement of narcotics, but also people, weapons, money, potentially terrorist cells. It's where there is one set of illegal activities, others are often happening in that same space, and again becomes counter to the rule of law and erodes our national security. And so from an uncontested point, right, we need to remain vigilant for and identify actions that are not consistent with our values, that are not consistent with the maritime governance and norms and rule of law that we've all enjoyed, and then those are the areas that we need to remain committed to and focused to as a nation. Thank you.
Okay, great, ma'am. Thank you very much. That was insightful. I think I'd like to go to Admiral Sharp, who certainly, as the intelligence officer here, knows a lot about not only contested areas and choke points in general, but I'd like to throw it over to you, Admiral Sharp, if you wouldn't mind, and then we'll kind of close this question out with Admiral Gallaudet, please.
Thanks, Alan. I think Admiral Fagan did a good job of highlighting some of those contested areas and where those challenges are, and as did Admiral Gallaudet in his opening. And I agree. Underappreciated is kind of perspective, right? I think all of us would say that these areas that we're involved in certainly aren't underappreciated by those of us that are in this business of providing security, of working with international partners on this. But some of them that come to mind real quickly here for me, it was described the Arctic, the Arctic becoming more congested and more open, which provides opportunity but also provides challenges. And as Admiral Fagan highlighted, we're a little concerned about China declaring themselves a near Arctic nation. Also, something that was highlighted and mentioned, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, or I used to call in my last job, I call it evil fishing, right? Because I could never remember what the IUUF stood for. But when I was the director of National Maritime Intelligence Integration Office and commander of Office of Naval Intelligence, around the globe, when I interacted with a lot of our international partners, one of their primary concerns were people coming into their maritime protected areas and overfishing, and there are longer term security implications associated with that. And I think and we as a government are working with the international community, partnering very, I think, effectively to address that concern. But there's a lot of work still to be done in that area. A third area was highlighted very nicely by Admiral Gallaudet by in his presentation. I loved that he showed an image, right? He showed a before image and an after image of Fiery Cross Reef. And young Ensign Sharp sailed through the South China Sea and through the Spratly Islands, and it looks a lot different now. And it looks a lot different because of deliberate development out there and some militarization on some of the presence out there that is really concerning to us. And then just in general, something that sometimes people don't think about much is maritime territory disputes and how those might play out either peacefully in courts or not so peacefully. And one that we've been watching real closely here with great interest is occurring in the Eastern Mediterranean, right, where Greece and Turkey have different ideas as to where those maritime boundaries are drawn. And it has resource implications, economic implications. And it is resulting right now in increased presence of naval assets, and when you have assets at time of increased strife or increased pressure in close proximity to each other, that can lead to some things that you don't want it leading to. So those are some things that are on our mind here at National Geospatial Intelligence Agency.
All right. No, thank you, sir. Okay, thank you, Admiral Sharp. And now I'd like to, if I could call on for this question, Admiral Gallaudet, please.
Sure, Al. Interestingly, the topic of my conversation was exactly what you asked about, the underappreciated areas. I don't really have any specific geographical focus. What I wanted to really convey was that environmental issues and natural resource stewardship is that underappreciated area, which is becoming increasingly important in the public domain. And that was really the point. So things like natural resource conservation of coral reefs, for example, of fisheries. And so that's really guided most of our national efforts in the Indo-Pacific. I've been participating in National Security Council meetings on the Indo-Pacific for about 2.5 years. And there was a big push to support and partner more with Pacific Island countries, because these small countries, though they don't have giant economies and they have small populations, they occupy more territory than all of the global land territory combined. So these exclusive economic zones are very important to the U.S.'s strategic interests. So I actually went out in the Pacific last year. I traveled about 25,000 miles just in the Pacific alone. I accompanied Secretary of Interior Bernhardt at the Pacific Islands Forum. I also led the new U.S. delegation at the Secretary of the Pacific Community meeting in New Caledonia. And a lot of the topics that the Pacific Island nations were bringing up, they were not about hard security. They were more about the soft power work that NOAA does in international engagement. So we're talking about, like I said, coral reef restoration, managing fisheries sustainably, about conducting science on things like ocean acidification, which is a result of increasing greenhouse gas emissions and their impacts on coral reefs and natural resources. We also talked about hazards preparation, and hazard reporting. So specifically tsunamis and cyclones and typhoons. And that's right up NOAA's alley, because we perform world-class prediction in those areas and warning and alerts. And these countries have very limited systems to perform these important functions. So we've been engaged in a major capacity building effort there. And so that's just sort of this natural resource stewardship, which we've acknowledged as a panel is very important because it supports economies and economic prosperity is a part of national security. And that's been, I think, an area that we're seeing an increased appreciation for going forward.
Okay, thank you. No, that really kind of dovetails into some other things that we're thinking about. And so, what I'd like to do is just kind of pull from where you just went there, Admiral, and go into the rise of marine protected areas as a means of saving ocean biodiversity. How do you see this changing the roles of our nation's ocean services and agencies if indeed we're going to take protection seriously? The recent case of the Chinese fishing fleets encroaching on the Galapagos and fishing so intensely the rim of the marine protected areas gives us a grim view into the future and makes us ask, what our uniformed services role may be as this trend only worsens. Maybe if I could double tap you, Admiral Gallaudet, and maybe hit this and kind of dovetail from what you just said, and then maybe we can go on to Admiral Fagan and Admiral Sharp.
Absolutely. So marine protected areas is a great way to ensure the viability of our natural resources of the oceans going forward. And that's why we work very closely with the Coast Guard to do just that, because to have a protected area, you need to enforce that protection. So NOAA has a very modest enforcement office in our fisheries, but we really depend upon the Coast Guard to enforce marine protected areas domestically and build enforcement capacity for partners overseas. And there's an important aspect here, too, because we have a domestic component that serves as a role model for other marine protected areas around the world. And those are the United States National Marine Sanctuaries. They're basically national underwater parks. And there's an important distinction here. Our national marine sanctuaries are community-based, very locally developed efforts where we manage them according to local interests. And that's why they're so appealing as a model to our partners overseas, is because there's not a one-size-fits-all approach. There's also not a heavy-handed regulatory mechanism in place. It's not meant to prevent activity. It's really meant to promote activity in a sustainable way. So many of our sanctuaries allow recreational fishing, for example, and all sorts of uses of the sanctuary that are sustainable, whether it be scuba diving, kayaking, canoeing, and certainly an important STEM education aspect. So marine protected areas are how we're going to promote and preserve our natural resources of the oceans going forward in a smart and sustainable way.
Oh, thank you, sir. Admiral Fagan, how do you see, as Admiral Gallaudet mentioned, the Coast Guard's role? How do you see the Coast Guard's role or your role in this process around marine protected areas?
Yeah, and so, as Admiral Gallaudet pointed out, right, so the Coast Guard is the U.S. lead agency for at-sea enforcement of living marine resource laws. We've been doing it for over 150 years, and we work closely with NOAA and the National Marine Fisheries Service and other international bodies to conduct that enforcement. Marine protected areas, domestic fisheries regulations, and high seas fisheries enforcement. I want to focus a little bit more. We've all talked a little bit about IUUF first. What is this? So, it's illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. Illegal in the sense that it's done in contravention of applicable law and regulation. Unreported in that it's either not reported, misreported, or, generally just not truthfully revealed the amount of the catch. And then unregulated in that it's executed by vessels without nationality in management areas where the flag state may not be a party, or in contravention of some of the management schemes that may be there. Admiral Gallaudet was there with the Commandant. He mentioned it when we announced our IUU fishing strategic outlook that's available online. It's out in public domain. 3 lines of effort. One is to promote targeted, effective, intelligence-driven enforcement operations. 2, counter predatory and irresponsible state behavior, and we've talked about some of that already. And then expand multilateral fisheries enforcement cooperation. So let me just touch on the Galapagos case that recently had quite a bit of attention certainly in the news cycle in the U.S. And that, it's an example of the threat posed by a distant water fishing fleet. In this case, it was China and their deep water fleet, which is state-sponsored and largely unregulated, and was operating in the vicinity of Ecuador's EEZ off the Galapagos. And there was a request for some U.S. support. We diverted one of our national security cutters, the cutter Berthoff, and she patrolled in the vicinity of the Galapagos Island for about a 4-day period. And during that time, we did 21 vessel observations and queried a number of vessels. Did 35 observations. There were 15 of which had the potential to be IUU. Things like AIS spoofing and displaying incorrect call signs. So just general kind of operating outside of the norms of law and regulation. We continue to analyze that particular operation. But the challenge in IUU fishing and marine protected areas, right? There's a lot of water out there, and no one nation has all of the resources that they need or all of the capacity that they need. And so, the regional fisheries management organizations and other bodies that bring a multilateral regional approach to the issue in a way that increases maritime domain awareness, improves information sharing, and then at sea efforts for abortings and identification of the illegal activity. All of that needs to happen in order to have an effective counter to IUUF. And so we're excited about the strategy. And this is a conversation I have with every one of my international partners, international coast guards, looking to find and build coalitions of the willing to counter the threat that the fish stocks and our marine protected areas are under. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Admiral Fagan. I think it not just millennials, but if you use the term millennials and listening to this panel, I think a lot of millennials might be very interested in the next generation beyond that to be part of the Coast Guard. Particularly, I know I would if I had kind of heard some of the things that you've just talked about. And when I was a younger officer trying to come into the military. So thank you. Admiral Sharp, is there a role for your agency or Intel or Defense in this topic?
Yeah, thanks, Al. There's a huge role, and we're already busy in this business area. And you think about it, some of that is that knowledge of the Earth, right? So you need to know where those marine protected areas are. So in our International Hydrographic Office, S100 digital products, we have a data layer known as the S122, so all U.S. consumers can display those, that data and understand where those protected areas are. We also work with international partners in their hydrographic offices in the Navy, and those partnerships to make sure that they can display that, right, to know where those are at. And then we have also a role in helping people observe what's happening where. So who's actually operating in those marine protected areas, and are they acting in accordance with rules and regulations, or are they violating that? And I think Admiral Fagan did a good job of explaining some of the challenges associated with that. The ocean looks small sometimes if you're looking at a globe, but the world is really big. It's expansive, and to understand everything that's going on in there is pretty difficult. And then to be able to go out and do something about it is sometimes quite often beyond the scope of some of these nations. And as Admiral Gallaudet was saying, some of these smaller island nations. So the U.S. government is working with international partners and with partners pretty broadly defined to address that problem. And maybe the solution isn't interdicting every illegal fishing vessel, but maybe coming up with a way where you can hold them accountable. And think about this. I used to talk about this idea all the time. You drive around Washington, D.C., and perhaps you're driving a little fast. No police officer stops you, but in a couple of weeks, you get a ticket in the mailbox, right? Because there's speeding cameras around. And I used to tell people, I don't really care that much, but I don't get my mail. Mrs. Sharp gets the mail, so I really care. But think about that sort of concept. How can you use technology to monitor, observe, catalog, document misbehavior, and start to hold people accountable for what they're doing, where they're doing it. So there's the technology, the partnerships. I couldn't agree more with Admiral Fagan. That's a key to success in dealing with this. Partnerships broadly defined. At one time, Admiral Gallaudet and I were at Our Oceans conference in different roles. He was actually cleanup speaker. He spoke behind the Secretary of State, the President, and Leonardo DiCaprio, right? And he's That's like, how am I going to do this? But based off of those relationships, we started partnering with Navy, Coast Guard, governments, non-government organizations, anybody who can add value to help us get after that problem, I think is really key to success here. philanthropists, right? We even started partnering with some philanthropists who had stood up and said, we're really good working with non-government organizations, but we need to get better if we're going to make marine protected areas protected, working with governments. And NGA has a huge role to play here.
Well, no, that is a great dovetail from Admiral Fagan and Admiral Gallaudet. I want to kind of take the conversation and come right back to you, Admiral Sharp. But in the context of Admiral Fagan talking about multinational approaches, multilateral, multi-regional, and some of the things that you just said, I want to turn the conversation a little bit to technology, keep it open-ended, but what innovations in geospatial data and technology do you believe will create, a safer and less contested environment? And maybe, how does that kind of technology and data, possibly, get shared in that multinational, regional approach that maybe Admiral Fagan talked about?
Yeah, the advances in technology are a really exciting topic of discussion right now. And when I describe the strategic environment we're facing, I talk about we're at an inflection point within geospatial realm and as a nation. And the strategic environment kind of has this component of evolution and revolution. And on the evolution side of the house, it was described, where we're in great power competition. We need to be focused on that. And we have adversaries or competitors who are developing some very sophisticated weapon systems that concern us. And a lot of domains that we have been operating in before are becoming more congested and contested. On the revolutionary side of the house, you have this proliferation of ability to sense what's happening where. You also have these exponential increases and improvements in computing power, right? And I view that space as competition space, because that advances in sensing, the advances in technology is available to everybody, right? And we want to make sure that we are the best at taking advantage of sensing and new technology. So along those lines, one of the things we issued a couple months ago from our agency was something we called our tech focus areas. And this is normally something that we would have handed out in person to industry and academic partners at a live event at the annual GeoInt Symposium, but it was canceled this year. But we didn't let COVID prevent us from communicating to our partners, so we issued that tech focus areas. And if you go to www.nga.mil, you can find it pretty easily. You go to resources. You also can access our tech strategy, which goes into real technical detail as to how we're pursuing that. But some of the things that we're really excited about is being able to partner with machines to leverage them to do what they do, so we can focus the human mind to do what it does best, which is think critically and make sense out of things. So automation, augmentation, artificial intelligence, machine learning, those sorts of things we're involved in. Being able to automatically extract feature data instead of doing it manually, right? Those sorts of things we're involved in it, and it'll make us better at knowing what's happening where. I think another great area to explore further is thinking of ourselves very broadly as a network and crowdsourcing data, right? Treating everybody who can observe comments on, hey, that's not like it used to be. It's not like it is on this chart. We're interested in how we absorb that data and make that part of our production and our workflows. There's some initial ideas for you, Al.
So, the challenge across the maritime domain is how do we integrate all of the data and information flows that we've got across the multiple agencies in the United States, and then broader than that, from many of our allies and partners. The legacy systems were built to retain the data, not necessarily share it, not freely communicate. Our competitive advantage is in opening that data up as broadly as possible, and then gaining the advantage in the analysis. So whether it's artificial intelligence, machine learning, turning those bits and bytes and what appear to be just sort of random data cells into knowledge so that we can take action and counter. So when a Coast Guard cutter sails over the horizon to interdict a narco trafficker, or somebody illegally fishing, we're going right out and putting steel on target. We're not wandering around wondering whether we're going to find somebody. And that is an all hands on deck evolution. So, the technologies are there, but some of the sharing regimes, the partnerships, multilateral approaches, we all need to just continue to leverage into that environment. And then just kind of, looking forward, I shared the demand signal certainly for our Coast Guard forces and skill set in the Indo-Pacific region, in the Arctic. It was loud when I got into my job 2.5 years ago, and it has only continued to increase. So, continuing to build capacity and partner and allow other nations to protect their own sovereignty and their own economic security and their protein sources. That's the value proposition of the United States, because it's a values-based partnership that we engage in. We don't want something in return. We truly want these nations to succeed in their own right and well-being, and to be able to protect and project their own sovereignty. And so I think the value proposition of what we reflect as a democracy and as a kind of humanitarian organization country, it's exactly the kind of engagement and partnership that we need to be bringing. I'm focused in the Pacific, but we can pick nations around the world where that just commitment to norms, commitment to governance, and the international order that we have all enjoyed and benefited from. That's where we just need to continue to bring our value and proposition to many nations. And thank you very much. I've really enjoyed participating in the panel.
Thank you, Admiral Fagan. We really appreciate those comments on future thoughts. My business partner, Abe Usher, has always said that the U.S. government was great at aggregating data, as you talk about, less good at automating data, and generally great at analyzing it, but never had the automation to really do the right analysis. So, when you talk about future trends, it leads me to kind of come back to that concept, and I'd love to hear from Admiral Sharp and Admiral Gallaudet to kind of close this out on what kind of future trends, as Admiral Fagan led us down for technology and data and understanding of that, might be out there for the future, whether that is population growth, whether that's climate-induced hazards, automated vessels, whether that's AI like you're doing, sir, Admiral Gallaudet, or as you as well, Admiral Sharp, along those lines. Any technology-related future that you see, and if we could let's go to Admiral Gallaudet and close out with Admiral Sharp, if that's okay.
That's great, Al. I could say a few things about this. Well, interestingly, the topic of this whole event is the future trend, and that's our oceans. You're seeing coastal populations dramatically increase, and therefore the strategic significance of our oceans are rising. Look at the U.S. alone. If you were to take all the coastal communities of the U.S. and make them a country, they'd have the third largest GDP in the world. So, the oceans are certainly increasing in importance, and as well as all the other things we mentioned about their source and our dependence on our oceans for food security, for national security, for economic prosperity, and the rising environmental movement and concern for the public and our international partners in conservation. So all of those are pointing to the fact that the oceans matter more than ever. Now, in terms of the future trend of our oceans, I think our ability to manage that, mitigate the threats, and harness the opportunity, that is what we talked about. It is data and technology, and NOAA has S&T focus areas just like Bob has addressed with AI, data, cloud computing and services, drones or autonomous systems, and so we're doing the same. And those are all going to help us make better sense of what's happening with the oceans, and importantly, predict predict what's going to happen with the environment geophysically, and also what people are going to do about them. That's important, the predictive component. And with our increasing use of cloud computing and supercomputing, we're getting a better handle on our ability to predict. The last thing I'd say that is really an emerging trend, it's not new, but the focus on it has become really important, significant, and that's partnerships. Admiral Fagan talked about this, so did Admiral Sharp, but we've really taken a turn on partnerships, innovative partnerships regarding either technology or shared capacity. We have signed agreements with the Navy on autonomous systems. We've signed agreements with philanthropic organizations like OceanX and Vulcan and the Schmidt Ocean Institute and Oceana, Nature Conservancy, about a dozen in the last year, to advance our mission in a way that we could do much more than we would if it was just us alone. So I think that's one of the big things going forward.
No, thank you very much, sir. All right, we have time on our schedule and your schedule to have Admiral Sharp close us out with some final thoughts. And over to you, Admiral Sharp.
It's always great going last because you're bound to repeat some of the great thoughts that were provided by others. But on the technology side of the house, we just need to open up the aperture of who we interact with and how we go out. Very similar to what the other panels were saying, who we go out with and exchange ideas with. And just recently here, NGA announced that we just we're opening up building an innovation lab out in St. Louis at a place called T-Rex, and it's called Moonshot Labs. And it puts us in close proximity to small startups, larger companies are establishing presence there, all with a geotech focus, right? So it's opened up that aperture as to who you exchange ideas with and solve problems with, I think, is a key to success and a positive future trend for us. And then I'll go back to the fact that, as we described here, there are a lot of challenges that we're facing, right? There's a lot of contested areas. I tell the team, the good news is you have job security. The bad news is you have a lot of job security because there are challenges for us to be had. The good news is I think we're up to the challenge. And I think we're up to the challenge based off of the quality of our people and the strength of our partnerships. And I have been schooled in the network to defeat a network approach. And I like to say our network is only limited by our imaginations and our willingness to go out and create meaningful relationships. And I truly believe that we're good at technology, but we're really good at people and partnerships. And on the partnership side of the house, I'd like to say we not only have good friends, we have friends that are really good, right? They bring capability, they bring perspective, they are force multipliers for us. So I think us thinking through how we expand the aperture on how we get quicker, faster on adopting technology, using technology, integrating technology is key to success. And then always remembering that the technology is great, but our core strength is our people and our partnerships. And once again, thanks to this panel and thanks to American Geographical Society for pulling us all together. It's really important.
Thank you very much, sir. And I'd like to thank all of you here today. Whether we hit some good topics, every topic we wanted to, no, we didn't, but we did hit some good ones on marine protected areas, tech trends, future trends, and a few contested areas. So thank you. I want to thank all of you, as well as thanking NGA, NOAA, and the U.S. Coast Guard for information on them and your participation here today. So thank you on behalf of the American Geographical Society.
Thank you, Al, and all the admirals for a great discussion. We appreciate very much all of you taking time out of your busy schedules to spend time here with us today. On behalf of everyone at AGS, thank you to the many organizations who make this symposium and the yearly work of AGS possible. We are especially grateful to all the organizations this year for providing your support, even though we can't get together physically. Your recognition of the importance of continuing this multi-year strategic dialogue of the trends that will reshape the geography of our planet, be it in person or through technology, is important and necessary. And now we bring you another geopolitical presentation focused on the oceanic choke points with Dr. John at the United States Naval War College. Dr. Kuhn?
Good afternoon or good morning. I'm not sure what time of day it is for this. I'm John Kuhn, and I'm at the Naval War College this year as the Ernest King Professor, and I want to talk today about oceanic choke points. And this is going to be focused on a lot of geography. So I know my audience here, a lot of this geography is going to be very familiar. And if it's not, well, that's good too, because it's geography that's very, very important. And that's the way my discussion is going to go today, is going to focus really from a national security and particularly a maritime security perspective on oceanic choke points and why they're so important in the world today, particularly from the perspective of guys like me who teach at the national, the naval, and the service academies. Well, if you don't recognize this picture, if you haven't figured out what it is, it's me on an aircraft carrier in the Suez Canal. And that's Egypt behind me. So I'm going south through the Suez Canal into the Red Sea. And this is one of the major choke points in the world. I thought it'd be a good way to kick things off. The prime mover on the oceans is this thing. This is the large container ship. Several decades ago, there was something that we in the maritime services call the container revolution, which revolutionized the way merchant ships were loaded to move bulk goods across the oceans. And the only other ship that we need to discuss here would be the large petroleum tanker, and they're of a similar size. But we started getting the size of ships that were the same size of that aircraft carrier that I was on in the Suez Canal. And this is a standard container ship. The connectivity is provided by the container. The containers are lifted off of imports off of the ships onto rail or trucking movers or movement facilities, and then they move around on the land, either on trucks, on big semi trucks, or on trains. The Hyundai Merchant Marine is an example of at the forefront of this. This is a Korean shipbuilding concern, and they now have one of these ships that can handle 24,000 TEUs. That's a shorthand for a container. It's a 20-foot unit that can be moved around. So that's the standard size, is 20 feet, and that's 20 feet long for the container. So I just wanted to kind of show you why the choke points are so important. It's really because of ships like this. Well, this is just sort of a one over the world wave kind of look at the key choke points in the world. In the Western Hemisphere, the Panama Canal, but then over in Europe, in the Middle East, and in Asia, we have the major choke points. And I'll go through all of them as we go along, but these are the major choke points. I'm going to kind of put the bottom line up front here, why they're so important. First, energy. Moving natural gas and moving petroleum, usually as bulk fuel, bulk crude, but sometimes gasoline, refined petroleum products. This shows you what's going on with that. And as you can see, all the petroleum in the world has to move when it goes on the oceans through these choke points. It's very rare that a large oil tanker is going to move from where it's unloaded bulk oil, say in the Persian Gulf, and not have to go through one of these choke points. Principally, the two major ones in the world today are the Strait of Hormuz, which connects the Persian Gulf to the Indian Ocean, and then the Strait of Malacca, which connects the Indian Ocean to Asia. Well, going back to that giant tanker with the containers on it, the other key thing is food. If it were not for these gigantic container ships and the oceans, we would have a real problem feeding the world. Again, uh, the biggest problem is moving the food, and the choke points for the movement of that food are these oceanic choke points. I love this slide. This is from the Chatham Maritime House analysis tool, and as you can see here, it shows you the growth in the movement of food through these. The light colored circles are for 2020, and then the darker colored expansion of the circumferences of these circles for the bulk amount of food that's being moved is in millions of tons, as you can see, is just in the 15 years. And as you can see, the bulk of the food that's moving in the world is moving primarily through four of the choke points that we're going to talk about. Okay, so it's not just oil, it's food. And then there's the geopolitical consequence. This is from a 2010 slide deck that the Navy developed about where the key areas of instability are in the world. And you'll note just about all of them are right in the region of a major choke point. Even the Gulf of Guinea and the African instability region, and the instability region in the Western Hemisphere in South America, which today we would associate with Venezuela, those are near major oceanic choke points. But most of the major areas of instability not on here, I would say that's missing on here is the current instability that exists in the Black Sea, Caspian Sea region, Azerbaijan and Armenia that's going on right now. I want to kind of drill down for the United States Navy, and as you can see, I like the way this graphic is laid out because it kind of shows you that essentially the United States Navy's deployment plan is structured on where these choke points are. Wherever these major choke points are, you're going to probably find U.S. and NATO naval forces, and you'll probably also find Chinese naval forces for some of these, not all of them. But certainly on a global basis, you're going to find naval forces, oftentimes major naval forces in these things. All right, I'm going to go through the choke points by region. We've kind of looked at why they're important. We've looked at why they're important from the perspective of national security, instability, global insecurity, and also from the point of view of kind of where the United States puts its major naval forces with respect to these. And now we're going to kind of go through the Western Hemisphere, Northeast Asia, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Europe, and the Arctic. I have to apologize. My dog is in my office with me, and you might hear him kind of whining a little bit in the background. I apologize for that in advance, but I don't want to get up from the desk and let him out. All right, the Western Hemisphere, what we're really talking about is the Panama Canal in the lower part of the screen. But believe it or not, it's not the most important. I wouldn't even put the Panama Canal in the top 10. But it will become more important for a variety of reasons. The first is the energy independence of the United States. It already is of major importance in terms of transshipment between the Atlantic and the Pacific for food. But for oil, it will only become more important. And the food issue will only become more important. But that's not the only strait in the Caribbean that we have to worry about. If you've ever wondered why Cuba is so important and why it might be a good idea to have good relationship with Cuba, the major thoroughfares out of the Gulf of Mexico from the major American refineries and oil fields, once we start to become a major exporter of foreign oil again, is going to be through the Cuban Strait, which is between Florida and Cuba, and the Yucatan Strait over here. There are also some other choke points in the Windward Passage, etc., but these aren't nearly as important based on geopolitics. So those are key influential choke points that have great meaning and importance, at least for American national security. From a global standpoint, Northeast Asia is very important. I'm going to deal with the top of this chart in a chart on the Arctic at the end. But we don't often think about the impact of choke points on Russia and China. For Russia, her access to the sea, it looks pretty wide open from this picture, but actually, most of that northern part of the slide here and the geography there suffers from weather effects. Now, global warming may change that, but you still have to have the infrastructure that moves across Russia to move container shipping to ports of exit, and there really isn't any infrastructure really heavily developed right now. So for Russia, the major choke points in this region are the Tatar Straits that separate Sakh Island from the Russian Federation, the La Perouse Straits, which are between Sakh Island and northern Hokkaido. There's also the Tsugaru Strait and the Shimonoseki Strait, which go through Japanese coastal waters and which Japan absolutely controls. So Russia doesn't have many options. And then finally, there's the exit of the Sea of Japan, the Tsushima Strait, or the Korea Strait as it's called sometimes, which is probably one of the most important straits in the world because of Korea. Korea is one of the major shipbuilders in the world, and she's a major superport hub, particularly at Busan in South Korea. So that's a major hub through which Russian goods can go, and it's a major strait that controls the flow of food and oil and material goods for Japan, China, and the Koreas. So that's Northeast Asia. And those are the major choke points there. For mid-Asia, we're kind of start back up at the Korea Strait again, or the Tsushima Strait, but we see that it's a little bit more wide open. But for China, these island chains, particularly the Ryukyus and the Senkaku Islands. So if you've heard all this stuff about the Senkakus, aside from the fact that there's probably gas fields and resources on the seabeds down there, Japan essentially controls access through that. And then there's the all-important Taiwan Strait, which now you know why China would like to reincorporate Taiwan into its metropolitan polity, because Taiwan actually controls the flow of goods and services through that strait as well. So those are the major straits, sort of bookended by Tsushima in the north and the Taiwan Strait in the south, with Japan and what the Chinese call the first island chain, controlling access here in mid-Asia. And again, major thoroughfares for oceanic traffic. Just to kind of hammer the point home for just a second, the bulk of international trade moves on the oceans of the world, and the bulk of food and certainly the bulk of energy are moving via the oceanic trade routes through these maritime choke points. I wanted to show this, sorry about the fuzziness, but this shows you major U.S.-Japanese bases in relation to all of these major choke points. So it's not just the Japanese that have major influencers in terms of military power or diplomatic power backed by military power, it's the United States. So there's this entire basing system in these islands and in Japan, which also causes concern for folks that may be worried about the United States influencing flow of maritime traffic through these straits. Southeast Asia, probably the most important strait in the world for China is the Strait of Malacca, up in the left-hand side of the slide there, between Malaysia and Indonesia. It's probably the most important choke point in the world from the aspect of China, and also for Japan. The bulk of maritime traffic goes through there. But if that strait was to have problems, if, for example, it was to be closed down or blockaded, or there was a major environmental or eco accident in the Strait of Malacca, these straits in the south become extremely important. And the two that sort of frame the island of Java, the Lombok Strait and the Sunda Strait, are probably the second two most important straits leading into and out of the South China Sea. I kind of missed the northern part of the South China Sea. Let me see if I've got another slide that shows that. Yeah, This will show you that. This shows you the northern part of the South China Sea, and from the Taiwan Strait next to that is also the Luzon Strait, sometimes called the Philippine Strait. Again, a major traffic area. And again, if the Taiwan Strait gets closed because of problems, geopolitical problems between Taiwan and the People's Republic of China, the Luzon Strait only becomes more and more important. There are also a number of important straits that go through the Philippines, but right now the major thoroughfare goes right through the South China Sea. Well, now we move to the most important strait in the world. This is the Strait of Hormuz, and it's the most important strait of the world because of oil. The movement of fuel oil from fuel oil tankers in and out of the Persian Gulf is one of those things. It's cheaper to do it. If you ever wonder why on ships, why not on railroads? It's just so much cheaper to use ships to move bulk goods than to move bulk goods on railroads or via trucking. And you need all that infrastructure, and it's subject to all these political constraints. Where on the oceans, you can move these things on what Mahan called, Alfred Thayer Mahan, the famous sea power theorist from the United States, called the global commons. And the Strait of Hormuz, if we went back to our petrodollars thing, you'd see 19 billion barrels of oil moving through there. And that was back in 2015. And if you've ever wondered why the United States maintains such a heavy presence in the Middle East, that's why. Now, with the United States energy independence, that choke point is perhaps less important to Americans than it was, say, 50 years ago, when the United States imported so much of its oil. But it's still the most important choke point in the world for energy exports for the rest of the world, particularly for China. It's also important for Japan and for Europe, although there are natural gas lines and oil pipelines that are sort of trying to solve the problem, but they'll never completely solve the problem. So the Strait of Hormuz, and as you can see, it's controlled. It's an international waterway, but it can easily be shut down, and was shut down during the Iraq-Iran war in the 1980s, which caused the United States to actually escort tankers through the strait in a period 1987-1988. The other critical Middle Eastern choke points are the Panama or the Suez Canal, which I'll get to, but the Bab el-Mandeb. So the Strait of Hormuz is up here, but as that traffic that's coming to the west to bring goods and services, primarily oil, to other countries in the Middle East and Africa, as well as to European customers, it has to go through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. This is why the problems in Yemen is such a huge problem of so much concern to Americans and to Europeans, is because of the oil that moves through the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is here separating Africa and the Arabian Peninsula. There's also something of a choke point over here in the entrance to the Gulf of Aden, but the real choke point is here, and then leading into the Red Sea. From there, we go to the Suez Canal. Here in the lower part of the slide, you can see the Suez Canal controlled by Egypt, a source of incredible revenue for Egypt. But it's also a major strategic choke point, bringing all those goods and services, and not just oil, but food as well from other parts of the globe. For example, food from Australia, sheep, mutton. So it's incredible the amount of food that's actually coming across the Indian Ocean, coming through the Bab el-Mandeb up into the Suez Canal, and then to customers in the Middle East and Europe as well. So that's the Suez Canal. The other key choke point is really two choke points, and they're both controlled by Turkey, a subject of a couple of international treaties. But again, when nations control these straits, their interests will take precedence over treaties if they feel it's a circumstance that's important enough. And so for Turkey, the control of the Bosporus up here near Constantinople or Istanbul, and then the Dardanelles, which were a huge hugely important strait in World War I. They actually fought an entire campaign there to try to control those straits, to open up the oil coming out of this area, the Caucasus oil fields and the fields in Russia. So oil and food, also food because of the incredible amount of wheat and grain that's produced by the countries on the Black Sea. So another major thoroughfare for the movement of goods and services by the sea, another major important choke point, and another reason, if you've ever asked yourself, well, why is Turkey important? If you got to understand why Turkey is important. The Mediterranean used to have key choke points that were very, very important in days past, not as important as they used to be, but they're still important. Uh-oh, I went the wrong way. Let me go there. Key among these is Gibraltar. Now, Gibraltar is not on the big map, but I've got it down. It's the exit to the Mediterranean. Again, less important than it used to be, but still a major thoroughfare for the movement of goods and services out of the Mediterranean, from the Mediterranean commons, as it were, into the Atlantic, for the movement of goods and services there. So Gibraltar, again, another major base there at Gibraltar that's controlled by NATO forces, by the United Kingdom, and then Morocco in the south. Another strait that yours truly has been through on a number of occasions. I think I've actually transited that strait 6 times in my lifetime. The Suez Canal I've actually been through 5 times, and I've been through the Strait of Malacca 2 times. Well, now we go to northwest Europe. The key straits here are, of course, the Danish Straits, the Skagerrak, which provides the exit from the Baltic and the entrance to the Baltic to service the Scandinavian and the Baltic countries, as well as Russia. The English Channel, again, it's a major thoroughfare for goods and services moving from northeast to southwest. And then from a geopolitical standpoint are these straits here up in the north, what's often been called the GI-UK gap. And the last time these really played a role in geopolitics was during the Cold War, in the confrontation between the Soviet Navy and the NATO navies. But again, more important, we may see more movement as global climate change makes shipping cheaper and cheaper through there on Great Circle routes that are less ice-bound than they used to be. But those are also some major choke points up here, the GI-UK gap, as it's known, Greenland, Iceland, United Kingdom gap. Not really a choke point in the sense of the English Channel or the Danish Straits. My final slide on maritime choke points is this one. Sorry, it's not a better strait. Choke points of the future, I've labeled this one, and this one is directly related to the development of climate change, where we will see more and more importance become as we can begin to more and more maritime traffic begins to move through the Arctic Ocean to move goods and services to the Arctic. Never mind accessing energy and natural resources in that part of the globe. Key choke point here is the Bering Strait here between Alaska and the Russian Federation, but also the access into the White Sea here to the Russian Federation. This was a major access point and a choke point because of the ice in World War II, where the Lend-Lease convoys provided all of that military Lend-Lease aid to the Soviet Union when they were battling the Germans in World War II. Finally, we may actually see the Northwest Passage become a much more viable route for maritime traffic if global climate change gets worse. My own hope is that these choke points don't become more important in the future, that we can get a handle on global climate change. But then again, we may see another ice age in a couple thousand years, and that'll solve that problem again. But I don't think we'll be around for that. So we have to take global climate change seriously. All right, let me get to my bottom line and wrap things up. I haven't had my controllers interrupt me yet to say, hey, you got to end the brief. So here's what the points that I want to make about these choke points. Again, here are the major ones that I talked about, the most important ones in the world: the Turkish Straits, the Danish Straits, Panama Canal, Suez Canal, Bab el-Mandeb, Strait of Hormuz, and Strait of Malacca. These straits over here in Northeast Asia, very, very important, but again, from an economic and world food situation, the ones that are shown on this slide are really the most important straits in the world today in terms of feeding the world and keeping the world with the energy that it has right now. So they are the intersection. So the oceans of the world are the global highway. They're the cheapest way to get your Xboxes, across the oceans to you, and your manufactured items that are being manufactured not in the United States but in China or Japan or Indonesia or India. And the choke points are like the intersections. The navies of the world and the nations that sort of own those navies are sort of the traffic cops of those intersections. And so the Turks and their military power and diplomatic and national power, for the Turkish Straits, the Iranians and the Middle Eastern Gulf states there, and then China and the United States and their naval forces and the NATO naval forces that are allied to the United States are sort of like the traffic cops of these global choke points. They're all international waterways. They're governed by a host of treaties. The most important one is the UN Convention Law of the Sea 3, which is the treaty which governs the movement through these international waterways of goods and services. And I think it's all in our best interest to try to ensure that they remain free, open, and available so that we can continue to feed the world and to energize the world as we go into the 21st century. But they are also flashpoints, unfortunately, for global instability. And that's all I have. I don't know if I'm supposed to take questions or not, but that completes my lecture, and I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Professor Kuhn. It's very interesting how much of a role the ocean plays in geopolitics. As a related follow-up to Professor Kuhn's slide session, we have a lightning presentation by Ms. Colleen Devlin from One Earth Future, which will look at fisheries conflict around the Horn of Africa. Ms. Devlin?
Hi, my name is Colleen Devlin. I'm a researcher for Secure Fisheries, which was part of the One Earth Future Foundation. Today, I'm going to speak to you about the findings from our fisheries conflict database, which we built from collecting data from newspaper articles to better understand the causes and consequences of fisheries conflict. So what is fisheries conflict? We define it as an incident in which a fisheries resource is contested, disputed, or the source of conflict between a minimum of two actors. And we investigated 6 countries around the Horn of Africa between 1990 and 2017. Our methodology built upon Bob Pomeroy's Fish War cycle, which provides a foundation of understanding for key drivers of fisheries conflict. This is our complete time series. You'll notice there are 3 clusters of conflict. The first is in the late 1990s, and that was driven largely by an influx of refugees from neighboring civil wars. In the mid-2000s is our second cluster. That was driven by piracy. And in the mid-2010s was our third cluster, and that was driven largely by government crackdowns. We found 684 fisheries conflict events. They're shown here according to their violence score. So low-level intensity events mean they were just verbal conflicts. And then the largest circle means that it was physical harm was involved. So this could include fatalities, injuries, or sexual assault. 2/3 of our country conflicts were in Kenya and Somalia. This is no surprise because, of course, conflict is going to happen where most fishing is happening. So Kenya, Somalia, and Tanzania were the most common places for fisheries conflict to occur. 36% of actor participation was fishers, with domestic fishers being over 1/5 of all actor participation. The other major group of actors was the government, and most often the government involved was the federal government. The most common drivers of conflict that we found were access to fishing grounds, illegal fishing, the presence or actions of foreign fishers, weak governance, and crime. And for us, crime was most often piracy. Fisheries conflict consequences. We recorded just over 4,000 cases of arrest, just approximately 1,500 cases of abduction, just about 500 injuries, just over 400 fatalities, and 15 cases of sexual assault. Injuries, fatalities, and sexual assault were likely underreported in the newspaper articles. These numbers are probably larger than what we found. We found 3 major hotspots in our study region. The first was the Somali region, where conflict began with illegal fishing. Domestic fishers created their own coast guards to defend their territory from foreign fishers who were coming in to steal their fish. When organized crime got involved, it grew into what became known as Somali piracy, and eventually international warships arrived to stop piracy because this is a very important region for international trade, but the arrival of international warships created its own fisheries conflict problem. The second hotspot was the southern Red Sea. The Hanish Islands, which are sort of at the bottom of the V in this image, are disputed between Eritrea and Yemen, so a lot of conflict was over that territory. In more recent years, the Saudi-led coalition was targeting Yemeni fishers during the Yemeni civil war, so we recorded a lot of conflict in that area. Our third hotspot is Lake Victoria. A lot of the conflict in Lake Victoria is driven by the lucrative Nile perch, whose stocks have been declining over the past 3 decades. The importance of this fish has led these governments to begin asserting their territorial sovereignty. They started to care who was fishing in their waters. And in more recent years, these governments have had government crackdowns over illegal fishing. So the image here is a mass burning of confiscated fishing nets. Conflict intensity, the dark blue here indicates situations where the government or the environment was so hostile to the fishing community that fishers just stopped fishing. So average conflict intensity was highest in Somalia, the Puntland region of Somalia, as well as the border regions of Lake Victoria. Our conclusions include the presence of the international community, both international warships and foreign fishers, as one of the major causes of maritime instability and fisheries conflict around the Horn of Africa. We found it's better to prevent conflicts than try to manage them once they begin. And we found that fisheries conflict is related to the presence of other forms of conflict, which leads to future research we'd like to investigate, particularly how is fisheries conflict linked to or affected by other forms of armed conflict or political violence. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Devlin, particularly for reminding us how often we underestimate the critical role fishing plays in geopolitical disputes. On behalf of everyone at AGS, thank you, Adam Simmons and Geospatial Frontier, for everything you've done to make this symposium a reality. COVID-19 forced us to cancel our usual event in New York City, but you made it come alive virtually, and now thousands of people are able to join us this year. Please know how much we appreciate your efforts on our behalf. AGS is also grateful for the support the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency has given us for several years, especially under the leadership of Vice Admiral Robert Sharp. We value the opportunity to learn from each other and feel a special kinship with the National Security Agency that is centered on geospatial science. Today, Vice Admiral Sharp joins us with his colleague, Captain Richard Kennedy, to shed some light on the evolving maritime mission of NGA, and we are all looking forward to hearing from both of you.
Hey, good day. I'm Vice Admiral Bob Sharp, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to talk to you about the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency and what we do in the maritime domain. First, I'd like to thank the American Geographical Society for putting this together, bringing us together. I'd also like to thank each and every one of you for taking the time and energy to be with us here today. I'm pretty passionate about what we do at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and specifically about what we do in the maritime domain. When I was interviewing for this job, they asked me what I've done throughout my career that qualified me to work with this agency. I've been working with the women and the men of NGA every step of my career. I've used products and services from this agency every single day. I've deployed with the women and the men of this agency around the world. So it was a great honor for me to be able to come join this team. This is an important topic, the maritime. And in the Navy, we like to remind people that 70% of the Earth is covered by water. 80% of the world's population lives in relative close proximity to water. 90% of the goods that we exchange are transferred via water in shipping. And over 95% of the ones and zeros that we exchange to share information around the globe are actually transported by cables that go through the maritime domain. It is the lifeline that fuels the global economy. And at NGA, we do some great work in ensuring that we help support those who operate in the maritime domain. But many people aren't aware of the fact that about 50% of our workforce works from our headquarters in Virginia. About 25% of our workforce works from our headquarters out in St. Louis, and the other 25% is everywhere. And we have NGA support teams embedded with our customer base, to include a great Navy support team that is embedded with our naval forces at the fleet level around the globe. Hey, if you're really interested in understanding us, who we are, what we do, where we're headed, I invite you to read some of the documents that we've made available on our website. Specifically, when I first came in to take directorship of this agency, I issued Strategy 2025. And you can find that online and download that. And it details how we are aligned to the national security strategy, the national defense strategy, the national intelligence strategy. And it emphasizes 4 strategic objectives, 4 areas where we're investing in heavily. And those are people, partnerships, taking care of mission today while evolving to address mission tomorrow. You can also find, if you're in technology field, a great document called Tech Focus Areas. And if you really want details, you can get into our technology strategy. The Tech Focus Areas details areas where we're challenged, areas in technology that we're pursuing, problems we're trying to solve, and it also includes information on how to get involved in working with us. Points of contact, areas where you can reach out to us and help us solve problems occurring in the maritime domain or elsewhere. One other document I want to make sure you're aware of was NGA Director's Intent. And I issued this a couple months ago. It provides a call to action to our forces and describes what we call our moonshot and mission imperatives, areas where we need to ensure that we remain the world's very best at geospatial intelligence so that we can compete successfully in the strategic environment. At NGA, we say we exist to show the way, to get you from point A to point B, physically, safely, on time, or in the decision process. And we do so uniquely by combining this deep knowledge of the Earth from seabed to space, its physical characteristics, with experts in bathymetry and topography and aerography and geodesy, and then layering on top of that foundational understanding of the world, observations as to what's happening where. That sort of perspective that we need so that we can start to build the products and services our forces use around the clock and around the globe just to operate. You know, charts, maps, and this sailor refers to those as land charts, right? But those products and services that we use each and every day just to operate. When you're sailing the ocean and you get into the middle of it, quite often it all looks the same. It's not the same, but sometimes it can look the same. And it's the products and services from this agency that makes sure you don't get lost, that you keep your bearings, that you know where you are. This agency has helped ensure that when I set sail, along with 4,999 of my best friends on an aircraft carrier, we know where we're going, and we have what we need to operate safely, and we have what we need to make sure we come home. We're constantly evolving how we do our business. Now, some of the fundamentals of knowing where you are in time and space and navigating are time-honored and true. They remain the same. But the technology is evolving so that it's much easier for you to understand where you are, the context of the world surrounding you. And that just makes us safer as we sail the seas, and it makes us smarter about what we're doing where. As a lifelong sailor, I truly appreciate the difficulties of operating on the oceans, especially an open ocean. And I can only imagine how people centuries ago did this, setting sail over the horizon, not knowing where you're going. I'm really proud to say that I belong to the agency that makes that a lot easier, right? That provides the products and services so that you understand the complexity of operating in that sort of environment, with wind and weather unknown over the horizon, without understanding exactly where you are, trying to navigate off of stars, right, to get your bearings as to where you are. It's a lot different today. It's a lot easier, it's a lot safer, and I'm proud to say that that is so because of the women and the men of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency. Captain Kitch Kennedy later on is going to talk to you about our Maritime Safety Office and the details of what we provide mariners around the clock and around the globe. We exist to show the way. During this pandemic, we've taken opportunity to upgrade a lot of our information that we share with the general population about products and services we have. And I invite you to come to our website, www.nga.mil, to check it out, because we redesigned it and we relaunched it just a couple months ago. One of the things you'll see on there is a great video that talks about who we are and what we provide. And I'm going to tee that up for you here.
Who, what, why, when, where? These questions form the foundation of human exploration. They are fundamental to knowing and understanding our world. Their answers are essential to information gathering, storytelling, and problem solving. They have inspired the world's most famous thinkers and pioneers to push past the accepted, the conventional, the ordinary, to reveal truly extraordinary discoveries that have shaped our lives and stirred our imaginations. And they are at the heart of America's security. At the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, the answers to these questions form the foundation of our mission. Everything on Earth, from its watery depths to its highest peaks, can be measured in space and time, what's known as geospatial intelligence, or GeoInt. Our workforce brings the intelligence to that equation using our capabilities to illuminate options, inform decisions, and act with precision. NGA is a unique combination of intelligence agency and combat support agency. Our work shows the way in the air, the sea, on the front lines of a disaster, from the halls of the Pentagon to the Oval Office. We work side by side with our military services, our nation's leaders, and first responders to provide the information they need when they need it most, allowing them to take action before events become a crisis. Our country's defining moments are times of great determination and exceptional achievement, from the Revolutionary War to the expeditions of Lewis and Clark to landing a man on the moon. In each, you will find geospatial intelligence. NGA and its predecessors have been a part of some of the nation's biggest technological feats and proudest moments. And we've also answered the call during some of its darkest. Who, what, why, when, where? Throughout human history, we've yearned to discover what lies beyond the horizon. The drive to explore our surroundings and understand the Earth is deeply ingrained in our DNA. At NGA, our mission is to answer those fundamental questions today so we can help show the way to a better tomorrow. Our work is foundational, it is advancing, and it is far from finished. We will continue to explore the Earth and also the partnerships, tools, and technologies needed to meet America's geospatial demands. We must and will rise to meet all challenges, exploring where we've been and where we're going, wherever it takes us.
Hello, my name is Kitch Kennedy. I am a graduate of the United States Naval Academy in 1996. From there, I started out as a surface warfare officer where I operated on various naval ships as a division officer in charge of weapon systems, engineering systems. From there, I transitioned to what is known as the Naval Meteorology and Oceanography community, where I supported all various types of naval operations from special warfare, aviation, anti-submarine warfare, and allowing them to provide an opportunity to better understand the environment and how it affects their systems and operations, and so they could support missions around the world and support national security. My first foray into GeoInt was when I was in charge of the anti-submarine warfare community down in Stennis Space Center, Mississippi. We were working pretty much in PowerPoint, and we realized there was a better way to display our data and analyze our data. And we started using GIS and realized that that was an opportunity to analyze across different layers of whether it was currents and winds and visibility, and provide the operators a better way of determining when was the best time to take on missions and which sensors were best to use. From there, I started to get more involved in GeoInt and my current role as the director of the Maritime Safety Office here at NGA. The Maritime Safety Office has a pretty storied history that began back in 1830 with the development of the Instrument of Charts and Depot, when the United States, very early in the infancy of the country, realized that the maritime commerce was incredibly important to our national security. At that time, the Charts and Instruments and Depot was in charge of collecting charts around the world for our mariners to sail on. Eventually, we realized that we needed to increase that capacity, and in U.S. law, it was determined that we were going to develop a hydrographic office as well. So in the 1860s, Congress put into law that the U.S. would have both the Instruments of Charts and Depot and the hydrographic office. From there, it became the Naval Oceanographic Office and then the Defense Mapping Agency, which then evolved into the National Imagery and Mapping Agency, which is now NGA. The mission of the Maritime Safety Office is encoded in U.S. law in Title 10, which requires that NGA, under the direction of the Secretary of Defense, maintains the means for safe navigation of Navy and merchant marine vessels. In doing so, we provide nautical charts, publications, sailing directions, and other publications which support the safe navigation of all vessels. NGA's primary customers from the Maritime Safety Office is the Department of Defense, which is mostly, when we talk about seagoing vessels, it's the Navy and the Marines and the Military Sea Lift Command, who is the logistics component for the Navy. Surprisingly, we also provide a lot of support to the Army, the Coast Guard, and several other agencies across the U.S. government, to include the FBI, CIA, Department of Interior, Department of Commerce, and many other customers supporting U.S. interests. So our commercial maritime responsibility really lies with some of our primary charting authorities in some of the third world or nations that do not have the capacity to do their own charting requirements. In that respect, we work with nations to ensure that they have updated charts and publications that supports their commerce and their maritime needs throughout the world. Examples would be Palau, Micronesia, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, and a handful of others that we have developed relationships through the International Hydrographic Organization and what is known as the capacity building. So in that respect, it's our job to help them build their capacity to have safe navigation products to support their commerce. So the Maritime Safety Office has a wide range of products. Our primary product is our navigation chart. Our navigation chart can be created as a paper product, something that you would put on a table and you would annotate and mark up and mark your track. We also have electronic charts, very similar to what you would see in Google Maps or Waze. We do those charts for both surface and subsurface navigation, so subsurface being submarines. And those respect, the submarine chart is a very high density contour chart, much like you would see if you were looking at a mountain that has a lot of different elevation and different changes. You want to see that the variation of that contours. We do the same thing for submarines. So nautical charts is our primary product, but we have a lot of other products that support that with sailing directions and our Warport Index. What those do is provide additional amplifying information to the nautical charts, that such as weather, currents, what features a port may have in terms of what depth ship that port may be able to support, how many cranes it may have if you're supporting a cargo ship, how many berthings or anchorages, and just a various amount of information that as a navigator on a ship is approaching a port and they want to understand where they can go, what services they can have, what features they may see in terms of set navigation aids such as large buildings or monuments or anything that can help them navigate into that port. We provide products in a graphical and a digital format that they can use to go along with their nautical charts. We also create a chart called the littoral planning chart, which is a combination of topography and hydrography, and that's used for amphibious landings where Marines or Army or anybody that's doing operations where they're going from the sea to the shore, they want to have that combination of both the hydrography and the topography, so as they approach the shore, they understand what they're going to encounter in terms of maybe obstructions or sandbars or any kind of navigation impact on the hydrographic side inside the water. And then as they approach land, they want to understand how can they egress from that landing point into the land environment. So looking for roads, hills, other, again, landmarks that may be of significance to their operations, whether it's a combat operation or a humanitarian assistance and disaster relief operation, bringing in support to the local economy. So within the safety of nav realm, there are three components of safety of navigation. The Maritime Safety Office is one, but then there's also the aeronautical safety and then geomatics. Geomatics relates to the Earth's magnetic field, Earth's gravitational field, and what we call GS84, which is one of the primary coordinate systems and datums that is used in many geographic information systems and satellite systems. That is safety of nav. The Maritime Safety Office, in support of our safety of nav mission, has what is known as the Worldwide Navigation Warning System Watch, WWNWS. It's created as a result of the Titanic incident where the Titanic was not aware of the icebergs in the region. And it was understood that there was a way to prevent that through a communication system and a broadcast system, a warning system that could present this information to ships. So what was stood up through the International Hydrographic Organization was the Worldwide Navigation Warning System. The Maritime Safety Office at NGA is responsible for two regions, one region off the east coast of the United States and the other off the west coast. In our responsibility in those regions, we collect navigation warnings from Canada, the US, Mexico, some Central and Southern American nations, and we retransmit those warnings to the international maritime community, both civilian and Department of Defense and other defense agencies. An example of a warning could be a closure area due to a military exercise. It could be icebergs. It could be warning areas for where there might be some vessels adrift, such as a ship that is underway but does not have power, and it's providing information to those other mariners in the area to be on the lookout. It can also provide information about piracy. The NGA collects this data and provides it for those two regions on the east and west coast of the United States, but we also collect the worldwide navigation warnings from all regions across the world, and we retransmit those to the U.S. Navy, who is operating globally, so that we ensure that they have the most accurate and up-to-date navigation warnings in their area. In the Maritime Safety Office, we understand that our customer is the mariner at sea, and we want to make sure that that mariner has the most accurate and up-to-date information if possible. It is our mission to ensure that they do not have another Titanic or another incident. There have been several incidents in the past that have changed the way NGA conducts our Maritime Safety Office. One example was back in 2005, the USS San Francisco submarine ran into a submerged seamount that was not charted. That resulted in significant damage, millions of dollars of damage, and the death of one sailor. In 2013, the USS Guardian, a mine countermeasure ship, ran into a coral reef in the Western Pacific. This was significant because coral reefs are dying, and this ship, when it ran aground, ripped up the coral reef and actually exposed the coral reef to oil and fuel of the ship. And it ended up in having that ship was grounded on this coral reef and unable to be extracted even at high tide. So the ship essentially was dismantled on the coral reef, which resulted in the loss of one of the U.S. Navy ships. The Maritime Safety Office mission is to ensure that these things do not happen. My favorite thing about the Maritime Safety Office is the people. They are incredibly dedicated, they're smart, they're innovative, and they really have a passion for what we do. They have a connection to our customers. Many come from merchant marine academies, and so they have been at sea and they have used our products. But also those that haven't still have a strong connection to understand that what we do every day matters to people and it impacts their lives. That the products we create and the services that we provide are ensuring that they can safely operate and succeed at their mission and return safely home. They make it a great place to work, they make it fun, and like I said, the innovation, the creativity, and the sense of purpose is what makes it such a great place. And now, let's go to a conversation with the Director of NGA, Vice Admiral Bob Sharp.
Our Navy has just a rich history in dealing with countering piracy. As you know, Captain Kennedy, that's why we were formed, right? Back with the Naval Act of 1794. We were formed to counter the piracy that was occurring off the Barbary Coast.
Yes, sir. Oh yeah, definitely. It's a history that's lived throughout the Naval Academy and all of our naval heritage. That's very important in the foundation of what the Navy does and still does today. So it's that first mission is something that we propagate now, 240 plus years later.
Yeah.
Sure.
Unfortunately, we're still dealing with those challenges.
Yes, sir.
Right?
And many in the same places. Maybe not the Barbary Coast, but places like the South China Sea and Indian Ocean are still areas that have been prevalent in piracy for hundreds of years.
Yeah, and here at National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, we've had a prominent role in helping the Navy and the navies, the world's navies, deal with the piracy threat.
Yes, definitely, sir. And that's the Maritime Safety Watch that we have here at NGA receives broadcasts from around the world. And in those broadcasts, it talks about shipwrecks and icebergs, but it also has piracy events or distress signals that the Maritime Safety Office Watch here collects from around the world and transmits both to the Navy and also to the international community and the public at large. So they have access to that information, and they can use that data to plan voyages in the future or just try to understand what is the threat of piracy. So it's definitely something that is very important at NGA. We're also part of the U.S. Maritime Advisory Committee, and that is part of the Department of Defense, Department of Transportation, Homeland Security, several other intelligence community agencies, where we will put out advisories to warn mariners, primarily U.S. mariners, of what threats are out there, and then alerts to say this is happening now, so that as they're out at sea, they can make sure that they're making the necessary precautions to either avoid those areas, or if they have to transit there, because sometimes you just have to go through those high threat areas, you're ready. You're ready with the fire hoses and that emergency action plan.
Now, you and I have sailed around the world quite a bit, and we've benefited from those sorts of advisories. But we're normally on ships that are
yes, sir,
capable of defending ourselves. I know, talking to the maritime community, they really appreciate that extension of the horizon, right? Yes, so they can see over the horizon and be prepared to deal with some of those threats.
Oh, definitely, sir. Like you said, they're not going to have trained security forces, and they're not going to have the weapons that we have on board. But as I mentioned, they still have to get to where they need to go, and that can take them through some pretty high threat areas. I mean, it is a low possibility that they would get a piracy attack, but it's there, and they need to be ready. So, sir, I was going to ask you, do you have any experience with piracy?
I have not been a pirate myself, if that's what you're asking me. I always tell people we don't do piracy, we do counter piracy, yes, or anti-piracy, right? I do have some significant experience with it. I think I may have shared with you that from 2008 to 2010, I was stationed in Bahrain.
Yes, sir.
and I was the Director of Intelligence and also the Deputy Director for our Maritime Operations Center. If you recall the history of the Somali piracy threat, it really spiked in 2009.
Yes.
I can remember on a Friday, we had the pirates had just captured a ship, and the task force commander was saying, hey, we think that's all they can handle. I think they had 3 at that time.
Okay.
Because their anchorages. And it was a long weekend, and over that long weekend, they doubled or tripled the numbers of ships that they had in custody. And we were involved in creating a strategy for dealing with this, which had 3 components to it. The first was to work with industry partners to make them less piratable, right? To establish some best practices so that they could help protect themselves and operate more safely. The second was to not do it alone as the United States Navy, to make sure this was a coalition effort.
Definitely.
And I think you're really familiar with the great cooperation that goes on amongst the navies, sharing information and deconflicting how we conduct operations out there. And the third was to establish legal recourse so you could hold them accountable. And that's still underpinning the counter-piracy mission out in the Gulf of Aden today.
Yes, sir. Do you see that changing now that Gulf of Aden is an area where piracy has decreased quite a bit, and maybe that's because of our presence, but now we're seeing more piracy, the Gulf of Guinea or over by the Straits of Malacca and other areas. Do you think that the U.S. and our coalition partners can have the same influence in reducing that threat around the world?
I do think we can have the same influence and the same sort of approach, right? And NGA has a big role to play in that.
Yes.
Because a lot of the deconfliction and the cooperation that's necessary to deal with that threat relies on the ability to understand what's happening where.
Yes, sir.
And either real time, like the advisories that we send out from here, or to look at it and analyze it over time.
Yes, sir.
Right, for patterns.
Definitely. Yes, sir. And I think that's another area where NGA plays a significant role in our Maritime Watch, because we've been collecting data for over 30 years of various events around the world. Used to come in via telegraph or mail or a phone call, but now we're getting it crowdsourced, so it's coming right to our watch. So we're able to take that data and put it in a nice format where people can research it and look again, like you said, where are the tendencies? Is it a seasonal variation, or does it go with the growing season or the fishing season, or where do you see that? And that might be something we can use as part of those coalitions to identify when and where we need to place forces.
Yeah, everything happens in time and space.
Yes, sir.
And being able to analyze that data spatially, temporally, helps you to start to visualize patterns and understand it so that you can be predictive in the information and how you're behaving.
So, sir, from your understanding of your time in Bahrain, what did you see as the factors that were conducive to a piracy, or where pirates would look to find their victims, so to say?
Yeah, they're very opportunistic, right? They're looking for those areas where they have reach, where they can come unexpectedly upon merchants, unsuspecting merchants, and where you have a large number of traffic flow. So when I was in Bahrain, we were dealing with it in the Gulf of Aden and off the coast of Somalia. But prior to that, navies were dealing with this in the Strait of Malacca, right, with choke points. I think you were talking about how we're having this problem now off the western coast of Africa.
Yes, sir.
Kitch, one of the things you were talking about is the way we support the counter-piracy mission, the advisories we put out.
Yes, sir.
Can you talk to me a little bit about how the technology's changed, right? How we're leveraging technology to make this, the power of GeoInt in the hand of the user?
Yes, sir. It used to be a message that we'd send out, so it was just a teletext message. Then it evolved into a website where you could go to a website and you could actually query the data by location, by date range, and do some research to identify what was actually happening, specific locations. And now we have an app that is available for anybody. So you never think you'd say this in the government, but it's available on the Google Play and Apple App Store, where anybody can download it, and they have access to all the data that NGA has.
Anybody can download it.
Anybody can.
Right?
Yes, sir.
We invite you to go download the app, check it out.
Definitely. Yes, sir. Yeah, it's a great resource, and it's updated all the time. And like I said, it's got every piece of information. So when it comes to that piracy, there's nothing that we really hold in terms of incidents and occurrences that we don't put in that app.
You know, one thing we created while I was out in Bahrain was the Shared Awareness and Deconfliction meeting. It was a reoccurring meeting, and it's still ongoing with international partners to talk about how you improve sharing of information, because that sort of application where you can operate from a common understanding of what's happening where is so important, so that you can start to coordinate operations, so that if an incident occurs, one, everybody's alerted, and then you can quickly analyze who's in the best position to deal with that.
Yes, sir.
To go and provide capabilities to those in distress.
Yes, sir.
I know we've covered a lot of information here today in a relatively short amount of time. And this is really just, as we say, the GeoInt tip of the iceberg, you know, for everything that goes on in this important mission area and everything that's available. But for those watching, we want to thank you for spending the time here with us. We want to once again thank the American Geographical Society for pulling this audience together. And if you want to learn more about what NGA is doing to help counter piracy, we invite you to check out our website, www.nga.mil. You can see how we do indeed show the way.
Thank you, Admiral Sharp and Captain Kennedy, for that fascinating discussion. And thank you again for always supporting Geography 2050 and AGS.
Next year, the American Geographical Society turns 170 years old. We've been convening government, industry, academe, and the social sector around the vital issues of the day through a geographic lens since 1851. And this year is no different as we shine a light on the future of the world ocean. If you would like to help the AGS continue on this mission well into the 21st century, we would love to have you as a supporter. All you have to do is go to geography2050.org and click the button that says Donate Now. Whether it's a one-time donation or a recurring monthly or annual donation, we would appreciate your support. Your tax-deductible donation will go a long way to advancing geography in America and beyond.
Thank you, Chris. And now to our book interview of the day. And to lead us off in looking at Ian Urbina's new book is Dr. Lawson Brigham, co-chair of this symposium and professor of geography at the University of Alaska. Lawson and Ian.
Welcome today to the American Geographical Society's Symposium, Geography 2050, the Future of the World Ocean. The AGS, as it's called, was founded in 1851 and is the oldest geographical society in America and one of the oldest in the world. But we're focusing the whole symposium on the future of the ocean. And I'll first introduce myself, Lawson Brigham from the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I'm also at the Wilson Center in DC. But maybe more relevant to this conversation today is as a U.S. Coast Guard officer, spending a lot of time at sea for about 29 years. So I hope it's relevant. Our conversation today is with Ian Urbina, who is director of the his project, which is the name of the book, The Outlaw Ocean. I like the subtitle in this book as well, Journeys Across, and the keywords are the last untamed frontier, which is very appropriate. People think of outer space, they think of the Arctic or the Antarctic, but perhaps more relevant is the ocean today, the untamed frontier, as Ian calls it. The book is about a 4 or 5 year odyssey, as I would say, of Ian's travels around the world's oceans, thousands of interviews. What I think is interesting about the book, besides it's a large book, maybe 500 pages, but 400 pages are narrative, gripping narrative, and there's also 100 pages of very insightful notes and reflections of Ian's work. So I think that's very relevant too in our discussion and useful. Ian, besides being project director of this Outlaw Ocean project, he's an investigative reporter for the New York Times, where I think he's worked for 20 years. He's has been awarded the Pulitzer Prize. He's a graduate of Georgetown University and the University of Chicago, two preeminent universities in America. Also a Fulbright Fellow in Cuba. Written many, many articles, of course, features in the New York Times, but articles in prominent media outlets. And we're very honored to have you, Ian, today with us. And thank you for participating in a subject that's directly related to the symposium and directly related to your work. First, as we introduce this topic, we're using one of Ian's videos, and we'll play that for 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll begin our conversation with Ian.
I think of the ocean as this space that has been kind of a metaphor for freedom, and it still is that. You know, it is a place that people go to escape rules and escape government and escape other people because it's so expansive. But those very allures of the space are what has made the ocean a scary place. Don't take photos. Don't take photos. So I keep the camera down. Few places on the planet are as lawless as the high seas. The ocean is a place of amazing beauty, but it's also this dystopian realm where severe inhumanities occur, and often with impunity. Over. What you realize when you're in that void or in that expanse is that most of that space is ungoverned and ungovernable. There are few laws, and what laws exist are murky and overlapping and contradictory. Laws are only as good as their enforcement, and the enforcement mechanisms for any of the laws are anemic at best. You have human trafficking, sea slavery, abuse of stowaways, weapons trafficking. When the UN looked at it in 2009 and they interviewed Cambodian deckhands, over 50% of them had witnessed murder. A lot of the forced labor that end up on these fishing boats are trafficked migrants and are very poor and easily taken advantage of. One mariner summed it up as, this line of work is like jail with a salary, except the salary is not guaranteed. We in the West would like to think that things are progressively getting better, and in many ways they are, but in this space, things are arguably getting worse. Over 99% of crimes that occur out there go unreported. And there's not a huge point in reporting them because it's never clear who would actually do anything with that information. I think if there's anything to be learned about human nature from the outlaw ocean, it's that we all have this visceral capacity to behave in ways that we thought civilization had stamped out. There's a vanishingly thin line between civilization and the lack of it. And I think the exploration of this frontier is an attempt to look at how thin that line is and what's on the other side.
Yeah, after that powerful introduction of this book that was published in 2019, but of course the features came out in the New York Times roughly around 2015, and all of this work was prior to 2015. What I'm interested in first is, of course, kind of an easy question of what motivated you, Ian, to dive into this complex subject.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. And secondly, the various forces pushed me to the topic. One was just the pure journalistic instinct of, especially as an investigative reporter, your mandate is to find novel topics, ideally virgin snow, which is to say, either old topics that you've discovered a new way into them or things that were previously not known. And then ideally, you're searching for, as an investigative reporter, things that deserve to be fixed, things that are wrong. And it's not sort of voyeuristic entertainment. It's really things that need correcting. And so the sea writ large was a place I had been interested in since grad school. I was an anthropologist, and I kind of procrastinated on my dissertation and fled into a job for a while on a ship, and that was my first exposure to seafarers in general. And I knew from that exposure that this realm and this workforce, the 50 million people that work out there, was robust and colorful and woefully underreported. The public awareness of what happens out there tended to be framed by Hollywood. And when you thought specifically of maritime crime, most often people would think of Somali piracy or, say, the BP spill. And my thought was it would be a service to the public to expand that spectrum of understanding and sort of tell stories about all the other myriad activities that occur out there, many of them bad.
Yeah, thank you. I further related to this issue is the complexity and the breadth of the issues. That's what I took out of the book. That there are interrelated issues. It's a very broad set of challenges in the ocean. So could you comment about that complexity and maybe the interconnectedness of these related ocean issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think historically, in the realm of journalism, the approach to covering the ocean has generally tended to be as an environmental topic, right? It's been focused on the marine life, and for obvious reasons, good reasons. But one of the things my editor and I wanted to do differently was to look at the concerns that exist above the waterline, not below them, and focus considerably on the people out there, which is not to say we're not concerned about the environmental stories as well, but we thought the entrance into the space and the topic would best be focused on the human rights and labor concerns out there, and then secondarily backing our way into the environmental concerns. The intersectionality of human rights, labor, and environmental crimes is, as you say, complex and riveting, sort of figuring out, for example, how the problem of overfishing, the problem of climate change as it plays out offshore, the problem of illegal fishing intersect with the problem of sea slavery, i.e., the use of captive debt bonded forced labor. There is a relationship there, and one drives the other and back again. But really figuring out how to explain that and chronicle it was one of the ambitions of the reporting. And then just sort of on a larger level to the question you had, the other meta, if you think of those issues as infrastructure, the other meta structure thought on the wow, this is a complicated place topic is this is a huge sprawling realm, 2/3 of the planet, for which there are quite a few rules, as you, as a former Coast Guard guy, know. But enforcement of those rules is really lacking, and quite especially on the high seas, because that space, is not clearly under any single nation's jurisdiction, and as such, there's this sort of void of authority and enforcement, and that is a major reason that so much happens out there, and why it's so rarely confronted or corrected or investigated or prosecuted.
Yeah, I think that the complexity, well, in this complexity, what's your appraisal in this book on essentially what might be the most serious issue facing the ocean? I'll set aside climate change for all of humanity, but from all of the issues you dealt with, what do you think is the most serious one? Maybe there are multiple serious issues.
I mean, to switch metaphorically and think of this as a hydra, and the hydra has many heads, and in this case, topically, the many heads of this are the variety of misbehavior and abuse, right? So it's, as you work down towards the body of the hydra, let's first talk about the heads. You've got sea slavery, you've got intentional dumping of oil, you have arms trafficking, you have illegal and overfishing, you have illegal whaling, you have repo men who are paid by banks and others, insurers and wealthy ship owners, to go steal ships. You have murder of stowaways and abuse of stowaways. You have migrant, traffickers. So needless to say, you have a wide variety of heads on this hydra. If the thing is activity at sea that needs to be policed, the body of the hydra of the problem, to me, is summed up as on the conceptual level, a lack of governance, and more specifically, a murkiness of jurisdiction, and quite essentially a lack of monitoring, right? So crimes are only countered as much as they're counted. And if you have a space and a mode of commerce and a bunch of players, ships, ship owners, crew, who are operating largely in the dark, without really clear methods of tracking where they're going, what they're doing, who's on board, what they're carrying, all those things that, for example, in the aeronautics industry, especially post 9/11, a whole different world, right? You approach a airline, pilot, and say, in any country, and say, hey, you've submitted your crew manifest, your cargo, your departure plan, your arrival plan. You're going to keep your transponder on during transit, et cetera, et cetera. And the pilot of that plane, big or small, is likely to say, yeah, of course. Go to a ship captain, especially a long haul fishing captain, who mostly works on the high seas, and you ask those same sorts of questions, and you'll get a very different reaction. So to answer your question, I think the lack of tracking and transparency, and the culture that has surrounded and made that normal, is probably the core problem that gives rise to the many heads that I just mentioned, to the hydra.
Yeah, I like the metaphor with the hydra. Of course, central to all of the use of the oceans is global economics. When you think of shipping, moving energy across the world's oceans with tankers and LNG carriers, shipping itself, container shipping, and fishing is a huge economic issue as well. So no, I appreciate the using that metaphor to try to describe the collection of issues and how they relate. What having read the book in your chapter 10, I would say maybe is the most shocking issue. But for you, what was the most shocking thing that you've seen in all of these travels around the oceans?
I mean, honestly, it's hard to, sort of a Sophie's choice, right? You don't want to choose any one of them.
Yeah.
But
Sure.
I do think there was this one chapter about murder at sea, and it was surrounding this individual case of a sort of slow motion slaughter that occurred on the Indian Ocean that was filmed on a cell phone camera, and that camera was subsequently found in a back of a taxi in Fiji. Made its way to Interpol, and that's when I was tipped off. And we began this investigation trying to figure out, who are the guys in the water. At least 5, possibly upwards of 10 men are killed in the video. They're picked off by semi-automatic weapons, maybe 2. They're surrounded by Taiwanese tuna longliners. And at the end, the at least witnesses and maybe participants, but guys on board where the shots were fired, posed for celebratory selfies. Now, if this had happened in a factory in the mountains of Guatemala and this footage had come out, you better bet that a government, if not multiple governments, would have sprung into action. This video was circulating on the dark web for a while. I got it. We spent a year investigating it, dispatched folks to Taiwan, to Fiji. We put it on the front page of the Times, and even then, we couldn't get the relevant parties, Taiwanese government, Fijian government, some others, Seychelles, to really take it seriously and engage. It's pretty timely because today on the front page of the Washington Post, we have a story. I have a story that I produced and ran, and it's about that very case and the arrest of the captain, or the accused the captain that we cited in the reporting and in the book, was finally arrested. It's 2020. This shooting happened in 2012. And it was only after a serious campaign of shaming, that the Taiwanese government decided to sort of drag its feet and put out an arrest warrant in 2018, 3 years after we put it on the front page. So it is, in some ways, a good news story, kind of, that the arrest finally occurred, but a kind of illustrative story in the sense that crimes at sea of this sort, even unbelievably well documented ones, rarely get taken seriously.
Yeah, I thought that one phrase in from one of your interviewees was life at sea is cheap and perhaps expendable for these crew members. I thought that was very profound, that life at sea is cheap. I can't remember exactly who you interviewed, but that was quite powerful to me, relating to all of the mariners out there. Yeah, you mentioned the 50 million mariners, maybe about 2 million aboard large commercial ships, but perhaps another million on the cruise ships. So it's quite a large group of people that work at sea, and they may be underreported. There may be more, from my knowledge. On a more positive note, a more positive story, you went to the bottom of the sea in a submersible. Could you tell us a little bit about that adventure?
Yeah, so I went twice, and once was off the coast of Brazil to tell a story about these Brazilian scientists who were worried about the fact that their government had given permission to some large oil companies to drill near the mouth in the ocean, but near the mouth of the Atlantic, of the Amazon, excuse me, and also perilously close to this very unusual coral wall, that was fairly fragile and taken quite a long time to grow to its size. So we went on a submersible there, and that in some ways was a story about the fights between various stakeholders. On the one hand, the extraction, oil and gas extraction industry that are looking to tap new resources. And on the other hand, in this case, the Brazilian scientists who thought that there was very little oversight given in that drilling effort, and it had real risks that the government hadn't taken into account. So they put a submersible in the water to go down there and document the existence of certain species that previously were not known or that are known and needed to be protected. And it was all part of a campaign to block the drilling plan. And ultimately, for at least a while, it proved successful. They got footage, they documented new species, and they gummed up the process for drilling. But then the new, administration came in, Bolsonaro, who's very pro-drilling, and those permits were renewed, and so the fight continues. And as in many of the stories in the book, these are, the war is ongoing. The battles are distinct and winnable, but the war probably is this, fight that's going to always be happening in one form or another in multiple chapters.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how that plays out because drilling on the continental shelf for oil and gas, I mean, through the century will be changing for sure. It's expensive and it might not be able to compete with terrestrial drilling with mitigation measures and climate change. So it's very interesting that there could be plausibly a retreat from the ocean due to climate change, but indirectly.
Right.
So it'd be interesting to see. But I thought that was in your book an interesting story and how you got into it by actually going to the bottom of the sea in the submersible. The next issue is kind of spread throughout the book, and it's a technical one that you learned about and I know about, which is this flag of convenience issue for merchant ships for most vessels in the world, and it's where owners in one country will register their ship in another country, and of course the key thing is that most of the countries that the owners register in are developing countries. What are your thoughts about this kind of global issue?
Yeah, so flags of convenience made a lot of sense, make a lot of sense from the perspective of a ship owner, who is trying to lessen the cost of running their operation and also mitigate or limit the headache of red tape and bureaucracy, right? So when you historically, if you were going, well, first of all, to take one step back, when you're on the high seas and you're on a vessel, the laws that apply on that vessel are largely dictated by the flag you're flying, right? So if you're on a ship in international waters and you're crewed by South Koreans and deckhanded by Indonesians and the ship owner is a Taiwanese and the tuna you're pulling is headed for the UK. None of that matters. Well, with regard to the laws that apply, if you're flying the flag of Seychelles or the flag of Bolivia or Mongolia, landlocked country, all.
Sure.
So as an owner of that ship who's trying to kind of mitigate the headache of dealing with nosy inspectors and not have to answer questions by lawyers or journalists when things go awry, or control the cost of having to visit port every 3 months rather than every 3 years or what have you, you're going to choose probably the cheapest, easiest flag, and that's historically the ship crew and owner would dock in the country and they'd fly the flag of that country. Flags of convenience emerged as the alternative, and now these are the two largest flags of convenience are Panama and Liberia. Liberia is run. I'm in Washington D.C. Liberia's the flag registry is run in Virginia. It's an office, with people. So
like the Marshall Islands is also run in Virginia.
That's right, and that's a very popular one as well. And so these are businesses, and typically they're staffed by people that are largely um, interested in making the business of providing this permit. I want to be careful on my wording here, as efficient and easy as possible. These are not people who, when things go awry, are trained in labor law, have interest or time or training in human rights issues, feel any obligation to answer questions from police or reporters. That's not these people. These people are running a business where they're paid by the people who ship it is to provide the flag, and those are their clients, and that's whose privacy they protect. And that is the fundamental flaw and conflict of interest in the way that this industry is set up. When it comes to a deckhand from the Philippines who disappears at sea and his family wants to figure out what happened, or someone who has their arm lopped off by a machine on board, or someone gets raped or what have you, the first place you're told to go is to the flag of convenience, and that's a dead end.
Yeah, it certainly is a business strategy for global shipping, and it putting it in the lap of the developing countries where they have no capacity or very little capacity for law enforcement, or maybe even care about the law enforcement element. It's the business and the revenue generation. So it is a huge global issue when it comes to the enforcement and the application of enforcement on all of the issues that you address in the book.
I would throw in one thing. Even if these were in UK or the US, it's less, in my view, the developing country element. It's more the fact that you've taken what should be a public entity that has to respond to laws and lawmakers and investors, and you've put it in the private industry realm. So it could be a American company. They probably would be equally, maybe even more effective at not responding to questions because they're allowed to, because they're in the private sector. And that's in my view, the bigger problem of flags of convenience. Then, granted, this problem becomes even worse when the flag of convenience is in Mongolia or Bolivia, where they're not even going to answer the phone. But even if it was a U.S. company, they'd answer the phone, but they'd just be much more articulate at telling you to take a hike.
Yeah, maybe, but I think at least in the United States, if it dealt with a shipping issue or marine safety, environmental protection issue, I would hope that my old organization, the U.S. Coast Guard, would be quickly on it to investigate, as imperfect as the system is.
Mm-hmm.
But Ian, do you have any other? I mean, there are lots of issues that we could talk for a day, of course, but any other major points you would like to make before we sum up? Any particular plea or issue?
It's a self-serving point, but I would just say that, and I don't need to convince you, but I do think one of the fundamental challenges and the lack of governance of this space is the out of sight, out of mind nature of it, and that is worsened by the lack of journalism that occurs out there because it's expensive and time consuming. And I would just say that the book was the beginning of a nonprofit, the Outlaw Ocean Project, which is a journalistic entity, and we produce stories every month. And today was the front page of the Washington Post, and next month is the New Yorker. Last month was NBC News. But there is a hunger for these sorts of stories because they're just rare and often quite urgent. But I do think the journalism plays an important role. There's a real need for ongoing coverage, just even to show, you as Coast Guard folk know this, but the rest of the public generally doesn't, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, most Americans don't understand, I think, the connection of America to the world's oceans and everything we do. Certainly trade, but security. And all of these issues do impact Americans. I think the coverage is very important, probably helps new initiatives at the UN with the High Seas Convention. Very technical, very narrow issue, but most people would understand that it is necessary to have some convention and legal mechanisms to tackle issues that are in the unregulated zone, which is the high seas. So we may see some more positive future, but I personally think that the future of the oceans probably will be dominated by climate change, acidification, warming waters, fewer fish, etc. With all of these issues still prevalent that you deal with in the book.
Yeah, I agree. And plastic pollution, if we want to add to the list.
I mean, we had the plastics as who would guess that plastics are and microplastics are in the Arctic Ocean or down in the Southern Ocean, but they're pervasive around the total ocean. Good topic for you to cover, maybe even Arctic issues in the future, what I deal with.
Yeah.
Well, thanks very much, Ian, for your valuable time and your contribution to our symposium on the future of the global ocean. All the viewers can order Ian's book, The Outlaw Ocean, on the website of the AGS. So we thank you all for joining us, and thank you very much, Ian, for a great conversation.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Lawson and Ian. If you want to order Ian's book, you can do so by going to geography2050.org and click on the bookstore button. And now we're going to close our day with a lightning presentation by Dr. Walter Berbick, professor of the U.S. Naval War College, on geopolitics and the Arctic.
So the Arctic is undergoing profound and historic physical and geopolitical changes that will impact every nation and every generation moving forward. Americans and most countries view the world through the Mercator projection, which has been the standard map for navigation, a map that shows North America and South America in the middle, with the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans in the center. The Arctic Ocean off to the edge, out of sight, and therefore out of mind. Today, these artificial lines on a map are collapsing and converging, especially in the northern navigable rimland of Europe, Asia, and North America, stretching from the Atlantic Ocean through the vast Arctic Ocean to the Bering Strait in North Pacific, down to the southern tip of the Aleutian Island chain. Now, temperatures across the Arctic Ocean region are increasing 2 to 4 times faster than the global average. And over the 42-year satellite record, the Arctic has lost over 640,000 square miles of sea ice in a month of March, an area the size of Alaska. And if this trend persists, the Arctic may have little or no ice in the summertime by the end of this decade, and mostly thin, young, and very unstable ice during its much warmer winters. And so a blue Arctic Ocean is emerging, offering new opportunities to transit, trade, and fish in what has historically been frozen waters. Now, the northern sea route along Russia's coastline is the most navigable sea route, cutting as much as 40% off of distance traveled compared to the sea routes used today. The Northwest Passage along Canada's coastline will likely remain a less viable option for regular commercial shipping because of its shallow depths, narrow features, and sparse infrastructure. But the real game changer, and the one overlooked by many scholars and practitioners alike, is the transpolar route, which is more of a reality toward mid-century, opening maritime traffic and trade right over the North Pole. The fastest, shortest, and cheapest east-west trade route of any by far. And still today, 90% of all trade by volume still travels across the world's oceans, with seaborne trade expected to double over the next 15 years. The Arctic is also home to some of the world's largest oil and gas formations. 13% of the world's undiscovered hydrocarbons and 30% of natural gas lies above the Arctic Circle, nearly 85% of which lie offshore, with heavy concentrations in Alaska, Russia, Greenland, and towards the North Pole. And it was the ensuing rush for whale oil off the Alaskan coast that gave birth to the American Arctic 153 years ago, bringing an end to Russia's 125-year odyssey in Alaska and its expansion across the treacherous Bering Sea. Now, just in terms of wealth, the U.S. gained about 370 million acres of mostly pristine wilderness and an area the size of Texas and almost a third of the size of the European Union. Hundreds of $billions in fish, fuel, and rare earth minerals have been produced in Alaska over the years. And today, the Arctic region is home to 40 different ethnic groups and indigenous communities. And no matter where you travel across the region, indigenous groups face the same challenges: economic inequalities resulting from immigration, loss of traditional knowledge, along with high rates of substance abuse, suicide, and domestic violence, and lack of political participation. Education and capital are just a few of the major barriers impeding growth and opportunity. So in this new era of great power competition, what we're seeing is China moving vertically north and Russia moving horizontally east and west across the Arctic. In 2008, China released its first Arctic policy. And despite being more than 4,000 miles away from the Arctic Circle, the Chinese Communist Party, or CCP, declared China to be a near-Arctic state, making clear its ambitions to secure access to Arctic sea routes and natural resources. And so what we're seeing is a China that's executing a multi-pronged Arctic strategy with heavy doses of science, diplomacy, and economics, a strategy aimed at gaining access in and influence over Arctic states and the people and nations who live along these routes. And so as China moves vertically north, Russia is moving horizontally, east and west. And a prominent figure in Russia's past is emerging in the form of Vladimir Putin, who, like Peter the Great, has high hopes for the Arctic and has devoted much of his life trying to make Russia a great maritime power. Russia by far remains the biggest player in the Arctic, both in terms of territory and resources, with 50% of the total coastline in the region. And the Russian Arctic already makes up 20% of Russia's GDP, and it's only going to grow. And in many ways, the Arctic will define Putin's legacy. So he's personally involved in building Russia's maritime military capabilities and posture, building out a string of ports and infrastructure along its northern coastline, and ambitious energy exploration projects, including the world's largest LNG project in the Yamal Peninsula. And so what's happening is China's sphere of influence and Russia's sphere of influence are overlapping in the north. You have Chinese troops on the Russian land border, and drilling platforms, fishing trawlers in Russian waters, and port facilities on Russian territory. Western sanctions have driven Russia and China closer together in the Arctic, where Chinese companies and government agencies are now major shareholders in energy and port infrastructure projects. And so greater access and maritime activity, especially military activity in the Arctic, increases the risk of accidents, miscalculation, and conflict. Risks that can be mitigated by building awareness, by creating confidence-building measures, and employing capabilities between nations and navies. And this starts with Arctic nations and navies, and specifically between the United States and Russia.
Thank you, Walter. Those are some great maps, and you know how much our audience loves maps. So we've come to the end of our second day. Join us tomorrow when we look at exploring, mapping, and sensing the ocean. Have a nice evening.